What's going on, everybody? Oh, y'all come on in here. We gotta talk about Umar. Umar the Oompa Loompa. He's got a class action lawsuit filed against him, and y'all know I've been looking for it. Good evening, everyone. It's the day after Christmas. Happy holidays to all of you. I hope you guys have had a fantastic week, a fantastic Christmas. Got in some good food with your family, friends, loved ones, in laws, outlaws, whatever. It is time to talk about Umar, the Oompa Loompa. Umar, you clown. I don't know how you didn't see this coming. How many times has he been warned in the Lady Luck Club alone that he was in trouble? You know, people thought Lil Nick Stats was playing, but she was not playing. She was telling the truth. Umar, now you got a class action lawsuit coming your way. We got to check out Marianne Laureate, you all. We got to do it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. How you doing, Francisca? What's going on? Happy holidays to you. Happy holidays to you and yours. I hope everything is going well. As you guys come in, make sure you hit hit the thumbs up. And also, there's an option to hit the hype button on these videos. So make sure you're hyping up these videos in the LLC because we're all here for it. We're all here for the hype. We're all here for this great content. And I'm still looking for the court documents for this class action lawsuit. Once it's filed with the court, I'll be able to get it. Oh, I'm going to get my hands on that. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, I'm going to get my hands on the court documents. It's not even, you can't even have those court documents, under seal or anything. I'll be able to get it before he even puts in a motion for it. Umar, you got it coming. They're going to tear your ass up in court, bro. Oh, Umar's going to get Molly Watts in court. Oh, what's going on, y'all? I hope y'all are having a good one. Couldn't happen to a better person. We're so happy. What's going on? How you doing, honey? Oompa Loompa doopity dee. Marianne, a message waiting for thee. Okay. Oompa Loompa doopity doo. Going for butt cheek isn't good for you. Oh, Umar. You clown. Oh, man. As soon as they say, where is the money? Show us the money. We want to see receipts. We want to see the ledger. His ass is going to stand there and try to talk his way out of this. I'm going to tell you exactly how this is going to go. So, they're going to go to court. Umar's the defendant. He's going to get in there. And then when he's given opportunity to say something, he's going to talk about, all these people are saying all these mean things about me online, Your Honor. Social media is just such a poison now. All they do is talk about me. Oh, people harassing me. Oh, they're slandering me. Sir, can you define the word slander? What does that mean to you? That's where he's going to mess up. Because words matter here, Umar. I don't know. Him and Candace is like sister and brother right now. It's insane. They're tearing up social media with their buffoonery. Umar had this coming for years. How long he's been raising money for a school he never intended on opening? Not even 2 buildings, just one. And he couldn't even get that delivered. So he had this coming. After a while, you asking people to hit the Cash App. Yeah, that's a price to pay for that, Umar. I can't just ask people to hit my Cash App and, I'm not even delivering good content here. They're going to be like, what the hell are you asking us for money for, girl? They're like, we're not giving you a dime until you show us a court document or something. You got to deliver. He can't deliver on his end what he said he would deliver. And he's still asking money for it. No. Nobody owe him shit. No one owes Umar Johnson a thing. Jermaine Shoemake, whatever alias you want to pick by the time you're ready to go to court. I guarantee you all he's going to be trying to get people to call him by his birth name. Your Honor, I prefer to be called Jermaine Shoemake. I don't care what you prefer to be called. You're here in this lawsuit today. And we're at the phase where it's time for you to hand over discovery. He's going to be so screwed. Umar, I'm reporting on everything that happens in that damn courtroom, you clown. Just so you know, as soon as those court documents are filed, y'all, we're reading everything. We're reading everything. Everything. Oh, it's gonna be so bad for him. He's like, this lady like club, putting her in all the books of Negroes, all of them. Your Honor, this lady keeps reporting on this case. Is there any way to seal it? No. Because Umar's an idiot, so he doesn't know how court works either. Oh, he's gonna be so mad. Y'all, this is just absolutely exciting. All right, let's get some comments in. Y'all hit that like button coming in. Come on in here, hit that like button. We got to talk about Umar being sued. They got served some court documents of some sort or a complaint. He was served something. I expect to be able to find this on a, court docket somewhere. We're gonna get it. Trust me on that. I'm gonna get that. Child, there's no way that's gonna be hidden. Oh Lord, y'all come on in and hit the like button. Thank you so much, Francisca. I appreciate you. Marianne had a few messages for the Oompa Loompa. Oh yeah, we're about to check out her video. Because we're here for this all day. I do know Lennon went live. Yeah, here because of reasons. I know. I was on Lennon's live. Is he still live? That's all right, y'all. We still go live. Lennon can pull an audience, but we still gotta go live. Shout out to Lennon on him. Fantastic. I appreciate the information he has certainly sent me. Especially the deeds. The deeds, because Umar's name's not on it. It's not. He can't even prove that he's affiliated with this LLC registration. Umar, you're gonna have to do that in court. more than likely, you won't be able to do that unless you try to do it the last minute. Lady Luck Clubs, I need to put my name on the bread. Okay, yeah, we have to do that. Yeah. Then he'll just do it because I said it. Because he actually wants to be connected to all of this. Because when it comes down to it, Umar doesn't want to pay the bills. He knows that he will be ultimately responsible for the bills, especially if his name is on stuff. That's why he wants to get 2 and 3 different wives, like, a cult leader, because he wants them to be responsible for everything. He does not want to be responsible for anything. Umar doesn't even want to have to pay mortgage for a household, because he doesn't. He's a bum. He wants to live off of everybody else. So it comes down to where, all of that comes to an end, Umar. Living up there with your mom and no one knows what's going on with her. We still can't get proof of life. All of these things are going to run ahead. And at some point, the police are going to be able to gain entry into that house. See what's going on with your mother. So that her other children can find out what's going on with her and her grandchildren. Because you don't dictate and control somebody's life. That's not how this works. But since he wants to believe that, then he'll find out the hard way. Umar, you're going to find out a lot of things the hard way. Why it's not a good thing to say, go full butt cheek. No. Oh, grown men should not be saying that. It just, come on. He's such a clown. Yo, we got Marianne Lorient. We're going to check out her video here. And she speaks on this class action lawsuit from the donors, to which this girl in there got on my nerve. Really? I'm sorry, Tavares. How you doing, honey? Shout out to my moms. I appreciate you guys for being in here as well and for tuning in. Tavares said this girl got on my nerve. Oh no. Oh man. Some Afro punk girl. She's childish. Yeah, you get a lot of this these people that try to cover up for Umar, because he's still a big grown man filled with, pork rinds and little Debbie snack cakes. But he's over 50 and they still try to make excuses for him. Like we want to hear that. We don't want to hear that BS. I I have to see it like this. If these people aren't paying my bills, I don't care what they think or how they feel. Because when Umar goes to court, guess what? They can't represent him. They're not attorneys either. So, they do all this lip service online. It is what it is. But when it comes down to it, and they stand before a judge in a court of law, same thing that, I say about the Candy ass cult members with Candace Owens. When she goes to court, none of those people are going to be in there representing her. They dictate nothing. So it's kind of like the same thing with the Umar Tardians. They dictate nothing. Because when it comes out to it, he's got to stand before this judge. And he's not even going to have two words to say to defend himself. He won't even have evidence to produce. Because Umar, you don't. Not now they're going to have to get all these so-called PayPal transactions pulled because you don't want to produce this stuff on your own. It's going to be awesome. I'm ready to see the ledger. Umar, we're ready to see exactly where that money went once it went to some bank account of yours you claim was frozen. Yeah, we're ready to see how that money was spent. The Umar Tardians won't be able to cover that up. So they can run lip service all over social media. That's all they can do. Thank God. That's all they can do. But, you know, they're just running interference for somebody that could care less about them. That's what's so crazy. If you talk bad about Umar, then he sees you as the enemy. It's so funny. Thought I was victim blaming me, which I wasn't. Ciao. Uh, Let me see. Okay. Oh yeah, no. The Umar Tardis is just as bad. Then she got mad when I corrected her about Islam being a religion in some African countries. Very childish. I like her better anyway. I like your better anyway. It's all good. What's going on, Kayla? I appreciate you all. It's December the 26th. Lord knows y'all can be doing any and everything else. You guys choose to hang out with me here in the LLC. And I appreciate all of you for it. Y'all ready to get started? Make sure y'all hit the like button. Tell me the number like you are, like Caleb did. He's like number 4. Hit that like button. Pork rinds. Yep, little Debbie snack cakes. Could anyone think he would settle outside court? Umar has done that with Marianne Lorient. And I think more so because he knew he would not be able to prove his case at all. He knew he wouldn't be able to prove it. So I'll say this. If he does try to settle, um because would he be smart enough to try to do a motion to dismiss first? That's my thing. And then you talking about a class action. Yeah, he would have to go and debunk every single co-plaintiff's, you know, claim. Like he would have to try to show how the complaint overall should be dismissed on legal grounds. And then what would those legal grounds be? So especially when you're talking about someone just showing proof of how they're spending some money while the school isn't open. Questions that people have been asking him for years. I think he'll try to settle if it means not having all that discovery. But then will he be able to pay it? That's another question. He doesn't have any money. Umar's broke. So unless he's going to go to all these Umar Tardians and have them continue to pay his legal fees, if he feels like he's got that fallback cushion and he's got people that are still willing to kiss the ground he walks on and give him money to help him with these settlement fees, I just, I don't foresee him really. If he settles, he's not gonna be able to pay it because he'll have to come up with all that money. Because you imagine how much that settlement would be. Oh, it's gonna be epic. Yeah, that's why we got to get the court documents. I really want to see this. It's gonna be something else. What's going on? It's fine. Hello, I'm here because of reasons. Yeah. Once upon a time, Oompa Loompa was born. His name was Jermaine Shoemake, and then he turned to Umar Johnson. He lied about a school for 15 years, collected money, and left many people in tears. And now they're suing his ass in the court of law. And the one thing they'll be asking is, show us the money, y'all. And here we are today. So off the top of the dome, I tried to do my best nursery rhyme. There we go. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let's get to it. We're gonna go ahead and get started with Mary Ann Lorian. Shout out to her. Oh, did y'all enjoy my Dr. Seuss rhyme? This is the best I could do. I just got to watching The Grinch. Oh man. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We're gonna get going. So Mary Ann Lorian did a video, and we are here for it. And so we're going to go through this. Thank you all so much for your support. Make sure you hit that like button as you come in. Put a one in the chat where you can see and hear. Let's get to it.
Good evening, my YouTube family. Happy holiday. I think I shared with you guys, this is one of my favorite time of
This
the
is as loud
year.
as I can get it.
I'm just in a delightful mood at all time. I love the holiday. My roast is cooked and the table's set. And before attending Christmas Eve service, I said, let me come and make this video. Um, the legal paperwork came today. All participants received their paperwork, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm elated. This is one of the greatest gifts um, I wasn't anticipating. Um, Before I continue, I'm going to say thank you for all of you who gave me birthday wishes. Greatly appreciated, meant the world to me. Thank you, thank you. I had a great celebration. It's just the month of December has just been amazing, and it's coming to a close. Um, I like to take time and kind of regroup, reflect on the passing year, and plan what's to come for the new year. So I'm wishing you all a happy holiday. But if I could get to the news why I'm making this video tonight, I was going to wait till Christmas Day to make a short video just to wish my YouTube channel member happy holiday. But the fact that the paperwork came today, I thought it was befitted
Hold up the
to give the
paperwork.
news real time. Um, all the participants, like I said, um, received the notice today. Um,
Oh, smoke the oh Lord.
Plaintiffs versus plaintiff donors versus
Oh yeah, that's
Jermaine
right.
Shermack, known as celebrity name Dr.
Pause. What'd she say? Hold on. She's giving the plaintiffs versus defendant. That way I can look this up. Her house is beautiful. And I think that's one of the reasons why he kept trying to get over there because, you know, he sees an opportunity to take advantage of somebody. She's a single mom with kids, and he really thinks that people are as dumb as he is. Umar, you dumb. No. Every woman on earth does not want you. You're repulsive. And on top of that, you you're literally confirming that you're a cult leader if you want two and three different wives. That would be polygamy, you moron. Umar the Oompa Loompa wants multiple wives. It's unbelievable. So I am so glad she's naming the how it's listed as far as the defendant. because that way I can try to find this.
I thought it was befitted to give the news
Hey,
real
Foxy!
time. Um,
Her
all the
volume is low, y'all.
participants, like I said, um, received notice today. Um,
Yep.
um,
Shout out
plaintiff
to you, Foxy.
versus plaintiff donors versus Jermaine Sherman, known as celebrity name Dr. Umar Johnson. This is now
Okay.
an official court matter. So I'm gonna elaborate to tell you guys how we got to this point, and moving forward, it's gonna be um, a process. Moving forward, um, I'm not going to be able to, because this is an active investigation now, to give too much detail, but um, depend whether he wants to settle out of court or whether he wants to go to court. I will definitely plug my YouTube family on what is going on. So it's 40 of us. Now, the reason I'm part of it, yes, I did get a settlement, but they're using all my donation money to show that I was a supporter who did give um, donation and never received any receipt, and to backtrack to see if he followed proper procedure, whether he has uh, uh, what did they call it? Donors.
Did she say planter donors? Hold on. Yeah, plant donors? Is that what she said?
Platinum donors versus Jermaine Sherman, known as celebrity name Dr. Umar Johnson. This is now an official court matter. So I'm gonna elaborate to tell you guys how we got to this point, and moving forward, it's gonna be um, a process. Moving forward, um, I'm not going to be able to, because this is an active investigation now, to give too much detail, but um, depend whether he wants to settle out of court or whether he wants to go to court. I will definitely plug my YouTube family on what is going on. So
Oh,
it's 40 of us. Now, the reason I'm part of it, yes, I did get a settlement, but they're using all my donation
I
money
can't
to
believe he.
show that I was a supporter.
Listen, it's so crazy that he's now trying to refer to himself as Jermaine Shoemake. That doesn't get him out of a lawsuit. Umar, you Oompa Loompa without a brain. This does not get you out of a lawsuit. Whether you want to use your stage name or your legal name, you, you're still going to be served. And it's up to you to show up. You can just not go to court and then they get, default judgment. Then we won't even care. But this is something else. 40 people, 40 plaintiffs. Who child? He pissed off the right one on the wrong day. See, this is what happens, Umar. You dum dum. When you try to file a slap lawsuit against Marianne Lorient for $500,000. You know, that karma thing is just a B word. It's such a B word. Boy, it comes back and bite you in the ass, doesn't it? That full butt cheek you said you're gonna put on your face. Omar, I can do this all day. He got
Who
it
did
coming.
give donation and never received any
Oh,
receipt,
child.
and
Oh
to
man.
backtrack to see if he followed proper procedure, whether he has uh, uh, uh,
I thought
what
she
did they
did.
call it?
Barbara Shoemake.
Donors, um, tax exempt,
Ooh, he getting
or
sued.
whether um, I'll have to read the legal term to you guys, but before I lose my train of thought. So it's to show that she was a donor. She gave this money. Here are all her cashier check. She never received any receipts, so now he has to give accountability for that money. And then they're gonna show that hey, there was a settlement. Um, she did get paid this for her hardship regarding a business deal
Mm-mm.
um, that didn't go well, and then the donation money. And then for the others, they all submitted copies of every cent that they gave to FDMG,
Ooh wee.
and to show that they never also received any um,
Oh
receipt.
man.
So a letter from the attorney that's representing the party of 40 will be sent to him um, to show good faith that we're
Oh
willing to
really?
sit down and to give him a chance to give an explanation to why the school hasn't been open, or when will this school be open, and then to give explanation on how the donation money is used. Is it being used appropriately uh, for what the donor has given the money for? So, like I said, I was elated when I got the paperwork. I called everybody, and none of them were surprised when I called. They're like, Marianne, why did we know you were going to call? Um, I called everyone. I was outnumbered. You have to understand, these are conscious people, and they wanted to do the route of sitting down. In the conscious community, going to
What?
court, it's not a thing they really practice. That's something.
Why is that? A conscious community, meaning you're being conscientious of the things that you do, your actions, you have a regard for the law, I hope. Why would they not want to go to court? So if someone misappropriates funds or not able to give an account for how they're spending money you're giving to them that you're going to work every day and earning, you don't want to go to court and sue them for it? Because how else do you get somebody like an Umar Johnson to show you a ledger, whether it's coming from a PayPal or Cash App or wherever? Like, how is that supposed to go? Because he's certainly not doing it on his own. I think we can all see that. So they don't believe in courts. Is that what I'm to understand out of this? I'm seriously asking you because I don't fathom, like, this is why he's been doing what he's been doing for so long. I've never given him any money, so I can't speak for him taking advantage of me financially, but I see he's taking advantage of others, and he tries to rope people into his personal affairs by getting into these relationships with women he feels have some financial benefit. There's some sort of, you know, compensation that they can bring to the table. He pursues women based on what they can provide to him. And he said it a few times when he talks about, I need a woman that I can be with that can hold me down, and, that she can keep things under wraps and all, because he wants to have multiple women. Keep things under wraps and be able to, when things get tough, she can take over. I can put things in her name. He literally said this. So he'll get all kinds of loans and credit cards in your name and tear up your credit, create all this debt, and then expect you to pay it because somehow that's you supporting him. No, that's called You're looking at these women like your mama, and that's not what they are. They didn't give birth to you. That's called him avoiding, responsibility. That's how he picked people in his life. It's so crazy. So I'm just curious to know why the conscious community does not want to pursue a matter in court. And it has to come down to this after 15 years of him asking for money for a school. And it was so bad where he was making this demand almost from, especially from people who were celebrities, but they forget that celebrities demand accountability. They want to know how you're spending that money. So I guess he realized, well, let me not ask all these celebrities for it because I don't want to have to prove anything to them. So he's taking millions from black communities where people are working, living check to check. And for what? Sometimes it doesn't pay to allow evil to dwell among us for years on end and for people to get away with something because he claims he's connected to a sector of a community. I see that as a front. I don't think he cares about being a part of any conscious community or Pan African or anything. He says all that stuff because he knows that he has been able to dominate and control this sector of a community for all these years and get over on people because they're not quick to put his ass in check. This is a long time coming. So hopefully these 40 plaintiffs understand you're stopping him from continuing to do this for another 15 years. Because at some point, this crap has to come to an end, especially when he's not opening up a school. And here in this reality on earth, he's not opening up a school. Simple questions such as how are you going to pay teachers and staff cannot be answered. He doesn't have a financial plan. He's never going to open up a school. He doesn't even want to create a curriculum. I mean, let's not even forget about the black mold issue. So there's nothing else to lose but more people losing their hard-earned money if he's not forced to have to go through this legal process and forced to have to surrender over discovery, compel it out of his ass. And as soon as it goes through the courts, guess what? It's made available to the public. So unless he tries to just hurry up and settle to keep from having all this discovery made available to the public, he won't have a choice. This stuff is going to come to the light. The judge won't care because he claims to be a celebrity. They don't care about that. They're not supposed to. They're just going to tell him, you're supposed to be handing over some financials. We need you to hand this over, or you be held in contempt of court. That's what this needs to come down to. Accountability.
Thing that will be used for the extreme last resort, and he knows this, and I think he preys on that. And also for me, with someone with religious background, they advise you to take one or two, settle matter. Court is also used for a last resort. Um, but what I want to say publicly is there's a lot of people that may not give their money.
Hey, Jay the Informer, shout out to you. And thank you so much for the $10 cash app you sent. I received it and I appreciate it. Thank you so, so much for your generous donation. If I could get one of the mods to drop Jay the Informant's YouTube channel link in the chat, I would appreciate that. Thank you all so much. Thank you to my mods. Shout out to my mods. Let's show Jay the Informant some support. And Foxy also is a content creator. She has a YouTube channel. So Foxy, feel free to drop your YouTube channel link. S Files also has a YouTube channel. So you guys make sure you are supporting my fantastic mods here in the LLC. You guys, please drop your links to your YouTube channel links, YouTube channels. Drop those links so that people can go out and show you all some support. and check out your great content. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button. Let's get back to it.
That, but I'm glad that I was able to retrieve mine and help um, a select few to get their money back and to stop him um, from preying on the community, from preying on black folks, period. Um, this shenanigan coming to an end. So I'm glad I'm able to make a difference. So I don't know if I should say this, but so me, I footed the legal bill family and I didn't flinch. Um, when the settlement is um, settled, when they give everybody their money, legal fee will be taken out equally from everyone and I will be reimbursed. Like I said, I didn't flinch.
There's
Um,
nothing wrong with saying that.
I was happy
Thank you, Tavares.
to be able to be in a position to give that legal fee swiftly because
Thank you, Foxy.
this was an injustice and you can't be silent in the face of injustice, you know. So
Yep.
we all got the paperwork. Um, um,
As leaders like to do, yeah.
he should receive his, um, from what I understand, he should get his copy um, at the beginning of the new year. But I also wanted to read the process, what they did with us. Okay, so when they started with us, they held meeting with all of us, and the step was like to
Let's speed up
start
just a little bit.
collecting evidence,
Hey,
which
Ralph
mean that
Mars.
we were all supposed to retrieve, like, get every single proof of money that went, and then their legal team, they got
Fantastic.
obtained a lot of videos of him saying the school's going to be open, school's going to be open, but the school has never been open. That's also an evidence to see why um, he's saying the school hasn't been open. So, and they sent this to us. Let me read it on for you guys. I'm sorry, I should know a little bit more prepared. Our job is to solve this case. You all have submitted the proper document of what happened, what each party contributed to the known school at PMG, putting the information in the hands of people who can investigate and who can bring appropriate prosecution. It is
Mm-hmm.
advised to not reach out to the, we're not allowed to reach out to Umar. Um, um,
Umar, no one wants to reach out to your dumb ass anyway. I can assure you, they don't want to reach out to you at this point. And no, you keep your Umar Tardians under wraps. We don't care about them throwing temper tantrums on your behalf. You don't pay their bills, and they're paying yours. I guess indirectly, but they can keep that temper tantrum and their BS over there where they are, because what they don't do is pay everybody else's bills either. Like it's ridiculous. No one is gonna reach out to him. This sounds like an investigation. Um, and I'm just trying to figure out if it's with a specific agency, if this is maybe with the IRS as well, that could lead to a class action. I'm just trying to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing correctly so I know what to look up. Because I really want to see this complaint.
once we receive our letter, none of us are to be in
It's got to be
communication with
something.
him. This is an active
Maybe the
investigation,
IRS.
and I
Hopefully,
think
it's the IRS.
in the mediation process, um, I don't know
Me,
if
the
he'll break up
princess.
a group or if it'll be all of us. Um, he will have a due process where he will give it a chance to explain what is the process. why hasn't this school come to fruition? How is the donors' money being used? In other words, they're gonna invest. Every state has um, a BCI team that will invest if there's fraud within that state. So they're going to do some thorough investigation to see if what he's doing is legit or if this is fraud. Yes, family. Um, you know, I'm just happy I was in a position we were able to do this, to bring this thing to a closing, to bring in someone who's preying on the community to an end. And then out of all the donors, there's one person we try to include, but they kind of reject her out. This is the woman that I was stating. Um, she didn't fit the criteria, so they claim. But they said she could get an attorney, and the reason she didn't fit the criteria, they call it a romantic encounter. She did give him access to her bank account, where I shared in the last video where he took
What?
that $6,000. Um, so they reject her.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did she say witches? Oh no. What did you say? They call it a romantic encounter.
She did
They who?
give him access to her bank account, where I shared in the last video where he
What?
took that $6,000.
Did I miss a video? Maybe I'm missing a video. Because you can't make this up. I'm missing a video. She said in the previous video, somebody gave him. Wait a minute. You can't make this up. What video is that? There's a video where she talked about somebody giving him access to their account. If it's a members only, I'm gonna be so. Oh man, did I miss something? Hold on. Yeah, he anything the PayPal where Records Cash App does too. That woman voluntarily gave Umar her account details. What? He had a book at some point, but I don't think he would be able to keep track of donations on his own. I said that it was smart and was accused of victim blaming. That's how I got into someone with Linda's live over this lady. What in the world? Wait a minute. So another female that y'all know he's calling a woman his wife, or he's claiming he's got two wives right now. That means that's two people with incomes coming in. He's not smart enough to understand how combined income for a household works when they're looking at a judgment or a possibility of a settlement. They're looking at your finances. You claim you have two wives. They're going to ask about these two wives, Umar, you dumb dumb. And they're going to ask, what is the income that they're bringing in? Because naturally, if you say you're married to someone, you're living in a household with them. So your income becomes combined. He's an idiot. He's such an idiot. But the women are even dumber for saying that they're affiliated or connected to him for some reason, because their incomes can be brought into this situation. So we're just going to let that happen. Most of them aren't even smart enough to pay attention to what I'm saying either way. But that's what's going to happen. They're going to look at combined income and gross income at that, not net, the gross income. So someone gave him access to their bank account for $6,000.
Um, so they reject her.
Who rejected her? What are we talking? What agency is this? I didn't see it unless I'm missing a video here. Even your bank doesn't ask you for your PIN number. Of course not. Oh my God. You're all good. It's Files. It's all good. A mother four gave him her bank details and he cleared her out to the tune of $6,000. What the hell? Umar, you are a soulless evil gimp from hell. She's got four kids. Just because you decided to be a deadbeat and not take care of your children does not mean that you should be walking around here consciously taking 6 grand from someone. And the conscious community, I hope you all are listening to this. This is what you are going to court for, to stop that dumb crap from happening. Because he's not making the conscientious decision to not do these dumb things that are evil and vile. Yes, there are women out here that are just, brainless enough to sit here and fall for Umar Johnson, an unemployed clown that claims to be the greatest speaker of all times when his dissertation is absolute garbage from the pits of hell. That's neither here nor there. You're welcome for that, by the way. Umar, I'm going to get every dissertation you claim to have graduated from, whatever school you claim to have graduated from. I'm going to keep getting them because no smart person would write that dissertation. Your dissertation was absolute garbage. But the conscientious community needs to remember this when you're going through this process and think about this woman who is still lost $6,000 to this idiot that he obviously has no intentions on reimbursing. 6 grand, and she's got 4 kids. I'm sorry, just I don't care about any consciousness if you don't want to see it. Like if this is what we're trying to avoid having him held accountable for, why did she give him access to her
They
account?
kind of
Oh
reject
God,
her out. This is the woman that I was
dear Lord,
stating. Um, she didn't fit the criteria, so they claim. But they said she could get an attorney, and the
they
reason she
would
didn't
have
fit
to
the
be friends.
criteria, they call it a romantic encounter. She did give him access to her bank account, where I shared in the last video where
That's
he took that
crazy.
$6,000. Um, so they reject her. Um, my heart really hurt for her. When I shared with you guys,
Wait, so they who rejected her? Who rejected her? The attorneys? I don't think an attorney would reject that type of complaint. Because, what if it's a love scam? He was going around here trying to charge women $500 to go on a damn date with his dumb ass. What if it was a love scam? That's very well possible. There are plenty of case law where women were beguiled. Yeah, they were they were scammed, flat out. Romance scam. I mean, it's as simple as that. What if it was a romance scam? Or maybe he told her he was going to pay her the money back. I don't know. Who is this lady? And who rejected her?
call it a romantic and do
Because I mean, I would
what
call that
he's
a
doing is
romance scam.
legit or this is fraud. So, yes, family. Um,
This is crazy.
you know,
Beguiled. There you go.
I'm just
Thank you.
happy I was in a position we were able to do this, to bring this thing to a closing, to bring someone who's preying on the community to an end. And then out of
Wow.
all the donor, there's one person we tried to include, but they kind of reject her out. This is the woman that I was stating.
Wow.
Um, she didn't fit the criteria, so they claim. But they said she could get an attorney, and the reason she didn't fit the criteria, they call it a romantic encounter. She did give him access to her bank account, where I shared in the last video where he took that $6,000. Um, so they reject her. Um, my heart really hurt for her. When I shared with you guys that I went to therapy,
I'm gonna be honest. I would have said flat out, nope. He told me that he needed to borrow the money. It was a loan, and he, finance romanced me and scammed me out of this money. He told me he was gonna give me, some assistance with my kids. They're on IP plans with their schools, whatever needs to be said, because it's gonna come down to her word versus his. Unless she's got something where he signed and agreed to this being either a loan or a gift, it was a loan. And he ended up romance scamming me out of this money. He used the idea of a relationship and claimed that he was courting me to take $6,000 out my damn savings account, knowing I have 4 kids. That's exactly how that should have been reported. You can't make this stuff up. This is so evil. She's young. Oh my God. And if she's young and impressionable, first off, I would just, listen, don't have more kids than you can afford. I'm just going to be flat out honest with that. People don't like to hear my direct, candid truth telling, but it's the only thing I know how to do. Don't have more kids than you can afford. 4 kids is that's a good handful of kids there. And if she's really young, he took it. He saw an opportunity to take advantage too. She probably never had someone as well known as him. And where are the kids' fathers? Like, it's just, so many questions linger in my mind. But I would just report that as a romance scam. Period. It would be just as simple as that. Oh, he wants to sit here and play this dumbass game. Well, two can play that. Um, it was a romance scam. He conned me out of 6 grand from my savings, and I have 4 kids I'm taking care of as a single parent, and it was a loan. He said he was going to pay me back. See how that goes, Umar? You clown. That's how she should have reported it. She owes him nothing else. Oh my God. Thing is, even if they win, what does Umar have? They would get anything. I think it's just a matter of, at this point, even if they get discovery out of it, I think it's a matter of just getting whatever he tries to claim as a defense on record, and to get discovery to see what's going on with the money. Because yeah, Marianne Lorient, she's gonna get her money back. But see, you see how fast he was willing, even though he filed a lawsuit against her, a slap suit at that, for $500,000, because he actually thought he was gonna get that type of money when he wasn't. But the penalty and the consequences for going through that particular lawsuit was greater than he even calculated. Because see, the judge could have sanctioned him and his attorneys to the point where the attorneys would have been more so, if nothing less, reprimanded by the judge for even trying to defend that BS. You send, you come to court, you send the slap suit to this court for $500,000. The amount was just inconceivable for someone like Marianne Lorient. We're not talking about Steven Spielberg here. Why would you sue someone for $500,000? And she's working a regular job. She has kids. She's a single parent. Why would you do that? She's an independent filmmaker. This film, she only spent like 80 some $1,000 on that film, Awakening. So why would he turn around and sue her for 500 grand? It's so ridiculous. But see, he did that to try to punish her, to be vindictive. And the court doesn't like it when you waste their time and file frivolous petitions in bad faith. And Umar did not want to get to the discovery phase, because just as much as he would have been able to ask about her financials for that type of lawsuit, she would have been able to ask about his. And he didn't want to give up that discovery. So It's rare you see a plaintiff reach out to the defendant to say, "We're trying to settle with you." But that's exactly what happened because he knew that lawsuit was some bullshit. And he knew he did not want to go to discovery. He knew it. He would have had to pay her attorney's fees. He would have lost like hell. His attorneys would have been scolded. And they definitely would have been set back even further because she could have, demanded a lot more. If they would have went through a full trial and a hearing and all these things, she would have been able to get, Marianne would have gotten back a whole lot more money. And he knew he couldn't afford to pay her all that money. I'm still wondering, he was able to give her $68,000. You can imagine all the donation dollars that went into that. But that's what it would come down to. Let's say, they get the discovery and they end up settling. He's still going to have to come up with whatever money is ordered for him to pay in the judgment. And of course, everyone with a brain knows that he's going to be using donation dollars to do it, which would further the plaintiff's case even more by saying, he's using donation dollars to pay his personal legal settlements. Yes, he has no job of his own. And look how he's handling people's money. $6,000 from this young lady that he just completely scammed out of her. Even though, of course, his defense is going to be, well, she gave me the money. She let me get access to her account. Yeah, under what pretenses? See, they can speak to intent with that. I don't know who decided that she didn't qualify for something. That's what I'm curious on. Who said she didn't qualify? I don't know if it was a date. Ugh. Yeah, if you can believe this, Tavares, there are women that still want to date Umar. God, it's so gross. It's like saying I want to go out on a date with the boogeyman. God. Most people will look at them and say, "Why?" He don't take baths, right? Oh God, yeah, Umar's repulsive. Umar needs to repent. Yep, sound like a one night stand. Yeah, it could have been. He kicked her out after sleeping with her, or more than likely he was at her house, knowing she had 4 kids. Because what he got, unless she came to his mama house, he ain't got no home. He doesn't even have a stable vehicle. He's in rental cars. If that, I think at this point he's just Uber. Yeah, you can't make this up. Yeah, romance scams are an actual thing. Yeah, smoke alarm forever, battery never. I keep hearing tennis shoes on the basketball court distracting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the background. No, he kicked the actress from Awakening that went to his room out. What? Oh my god! Never have kids with Umar. Oh yeah, no, don't do that. Don't have kids with Umar because Umar does not even want to take care of his own children. The idea of him trying to be with a woman with 4 kids is just, he knows that he's not serious. He knows that. He seems like the type of idiot that still demands that a woman doesn't have any kids at all. No, she's got to be like 5'5", thick in the thighs, 25 years old, no kids. With a degree, her own home, a car, and a 6-figure salary. She got to make a lot of money. Like, he at a point where he just wants somebody to take care of his ass. Of course. That's what he wants. He wants someone that has good credit, good income, and a stable career that would be willing to just take care of his old fat, fluffy ass and just let him do what he want to do while claiming to have 2 wives because Colt. It's so crazy. It is so crazy. People pretend to be in the military and start online relationships and then start to ask for money. Had a guy to try it on me. As soon as he asked for money, I was like, nope, hell no. Oh, that's the first thing they said. Tell me about yourself. Well, I'm broke as hell. And I have two kids. And I love my babies dearly. And you will never become before my kids. How about that? Yeah, once you say you're broke as hell, that's, if it's a scammer, they're gonna just be like, all right, well, I'm going the other way. Oh, you have no money. I have none. Bye. You can't make this up. Yeah, that's a starter. Oh man. Just because you're working on me, I bless God for having had a fantastic father in my life. And I think that comes to having that father figure as well as a woman. Having that father figure was important in my upbringing. And he taught me exactly the things I needed to know about men in relationships and being able to pick out a clown when you see and hear one. You know, just be able to discern and ask certain questions. And that's it. Just know how to carry yourself. Those are the things that, a lot of women that end up in something, whatever you want to call it, with a Umar Johnson. Because I can't say that's a relationship. Sometimes it's that father figure structure that's missing here. Because I know my dad would be rolling over in his grave if I end up dating somebody like a Umar just child. Ooh, talking about deadbeat. Not just the deadbeat dad, but just deadbeat in general. Umar doesn't even have a job. So if I'm working and I have a regular job that I still have to do, plus I enjoy, being able to be an independent journalist, content creator, I enjoy this. But I have to take it seriously like a job. And if I have almost two jobs, how dare I get with any man that has none? It's like, no, you're not even matching one job with me and bringing that to the table. And the same goes what I teach my sons. When you start going out and dating, you make sure you date some woman that has something going for herself. You're gonna go out and date, especially when you're young, you turn 18, 19, something like that. She in college, is she working? You know, what does she have going for herself? Her hobby should not be giving birth and procreating. She should not be 19, 20 years old with two and three kids already. No. It just she needs to be able to match your energy at the very least. So if you're working or you're in school, she needs to be working in the school. She needs to have a good head on her shoulders. And I always tell my boys, don't get somebody like me. Get someone better than me. Because you truly care your kids. You want your kids to have the best in life. I don't want them to pick a woman like me. I want them to pick someone better than me that suits them, that is meant for them, that has so much that can offer they can bring to the table, that they can offer them in a relationship, and be able to discern, you know, a good decent woman. I can be an example. I don't want them to pick a female like their mother, but they need to be able to discern who's a good woman for them. And that's something that when you're a woman, you have a dad in your life, your father in your life. Those are the things you're taught. Somebody like a Umar would never make the cut for a real woman. That's why I said he would never get a real woman. Any female talking about, oh, I'm one of his wives, you can ask them how their self esteem and self confidence is. Like those are the first questions I would ask. Where's your self esteem and confidence? Where's that at? How are we doing with that? What's your mental state? Because no real woman in her right frame of mind would ever seriously take a relationship with Umar Johnson seriously. Hell no. Nope. He's a clown. And it just, to the real men of the Lady Luck Club, they'll say in a hot minute, nah, he's a clown. He's an idiot. No one you should ever take seriously. They'll tell you in the chat. All the real men in the chat will say whether or not Umar is a real man, whether he's meant to be a leader. to have a stable, solid relationship with a real woman, they'll let you know. Folks like Umar, all they're in for is just to get what they get out of it. Get the cookies, the lime and key lime pies, and all this crap he refers to women's body parts as like their desserts. That's it. And whatever financials they can offer him. That's that's what he sees women as. A come up. So a real woman would never take his ass seriously. Nope. Will never even give him the time of day. He's not even worth a walk in the park because you can't trust that he's not trying to get the Hyde Park so he can shave his face to look like a full butt cheek. You can't even trust that Umar is doing the right thing at Hyde Park. You can't even do that. It's, it's funny you say that, real men. See through men with a slick tongue like Umar. Exactly. Oh, that's how my father was turban. Yeah, one of them slick oil salesman type guys. You might want to stay away from that. Where they just coming at you like, oh baby, they tell you all the stuff you want to hear, but they don't bring anything to the table what you need. They don't even tell you what you need to know. They just tell you what you want to hear. That's what Umar does. Black queens forever. Snow bunnies never. You know how many black women start, oh, you're such a champion. You love black women. Oh. And then look how he treats the black women he's had kids with. Look how he dogs out his children's mother. I barely hear from these women. Have y'all ever heard from the mother of his children, like consistently online on social media, every day, every other day, every time they talk, they're dogging him out? I have yet to see content from any of his children's mothers where they're just online all the time dogging him out. If they respond, he had it coming. But I barely hear that. I barely see that. It's so crazy. And you got women that they think nothing is wrong with that. Him dogging out his daughter's mother or being a horrible father to his own daughters. And they see nothing wrong with that because they probably are missing that father figure in their lives. And they have no idea what a good guy looks like because the first example that they should have had was there. It was not there. It was absent. It's that, and it comes down to that. So when I hear Umar saying dumb like, "Oh, black queens forever, snow bunnies never," that doesn't faze me. Like, God, please, I just roll my eyes. Who you think he fooling? If anything, he's lying because he knows deep down he's not picky. Umar would date a white woman just like he would an Asian, a Latino, or anybody. It doesn't matter to him. Yeah, you barely have to. You have to question if it's an actual woman or a transgender woman. Like you can't even trust that he's dating natural born women. He can date a transgender woman. I don't think he's picky at all. He's just not. Period. Umar is not picky. But you get black women that just they feel like they got to be validated through him, and he is the last person to try to validate a black woman. When he dogs out his own daughters and treats his own daughters' mothers like crap, and you see how he handles his mother, who gave birth to his ass. Look how he does her. He won't even allow his siblings to see their own mother. Her grandchildren want to see her. We can't even get proof of life. People don't even know if she's leaving the house. No confirmation of that. Of her well-being. And those same dumb women find it a problem that people are concerned about his mother. But that's how he treats his own mother. And on top of that, this idiot wants to have multiple wives that he's not legally married to. And they think this is a good guy. He's such a real black man. No, he's a He's just a cookie monster, cookie crusher, whatever you want to call it. That's it. He has nothing to offer. My bad, I hit my mic. He's a clown. He's a man baby. Exactly. So I'm just I just had to get that out because that's the type of women that Umar is getting. He's getting these insecure women with no confidence, no self-esteem, that had no father figure in their lives, or if they did, their father didn't really teach them. You know, here's what a real man is. Here's what to look for. Maybe they could call their dads and they didn't really have a close relationship with them, or their fathers didn't really teach them anything. Who knows? But the type of women he get aren't real women. They just they're like little girls stuck in little girl mode. They want someone to boss them around, but you cannot imagine this guy being a real leader. And when you don't have any security and confidence in yourself, when your self esteem is shot, sometimes you feel like you deserve any old thing and you settle for that. And it's not worth it. Because now look at the headache this lady has to go through. I don't know much about her, but look what she has to go through now, being out of $6,000. That probably took her a while to save. But she's out of 6 grand because of Umar Johnson. Because she allowed this clown into her life, into her home, probably to her bed, and into her bank account. And for what? She didn't owe him a damn thing. That's money that could have gone towards her children. She might as well just taken them to Disney World and blew the money there. Then I have given it to this idiot who'll probably sit here and fight her to the death to try to give it back to her. This is where we are. And that's what you end up with when you end up with somebody like a Umar Johnson.
Her story and the young lady
Crazy.
who was in the movie,
Let me
that
go back a
video
little
where
bit.
he took that $6,000. So they reject her. Um, my heart really
Oh, good. Lennon said the same thing.
hurt
Yep.
for her. When I shared
Truth.
with you guys that I went to therapy, her story and the young lady who was in the movie, which
What's going on, Proud?
I abandoned as a woman,
You can't
as a
donate it,
mother,
allegedly.
as an aunt to
Probably.
have nieces. It wore really heavy on me because, um, like
Still
I
money
told you
forever.
guys, he's the one who connected me with this woman because we were collecting testimony for him. And then when this woman shared this heart wrenching story with me, she's like, in her mind, she believed, she was in a romantic relationship with this man. But just because a man is sleeping with you does not mean this person is committed to you. Um, and when he took everything she had, that's all she told me. It took her 8 years, 8 years, which I'm like, wow, 8 years to save 6,000. Well, for her, that's the time frame she needed. 8 years to save $6,000. This is
Wow.
supposed to be her backup money. She has 4 children. She's a single mother. And
Eight
when she
years?
reached out to him, questioning
Yeah.
him
I
for
watched
taking
this
the
the other
money, he
day.
told her he had something to do. He'll get back with her, and she's
I watched this on the 24th. Um, but there's certain parts that I'm being reminded of. Let me put it like that. That I forgot about. Especially the smoke detector. What? Y'all, I didn't pay attention to the smoke detector at all. I'm gonna be honest. I did not notice the smoke the smoke detector was beeping. I gotta be honest with you. And I was watching this in between doing other things. So, I was listening to it in the background because this was on the 24th. So it was Christmas Eve. So yeah, I did see it on the because I think that's when she posted it. But I did not notice the smoke detector. To me, some people just kind of pick up on that. I just, I don't know. Maybe it's because I watch a ton of videos sometimes, and certain things just You become numb to those noises. It doesn't bother me as much as it does everybody else. I like the big clock in the background. Me too. It's a beautiful clock. She has a beautiful home. Yeah, you're hearing the smoke detector. I know. Yeah, I can't talk because when it comes to my smoke detector, I'm short, so mine's is too high up and I can't reach it. So I have to have have somebody come out and at least help me take it down, change the batteries, and put it back up. I can't even do it my own. So when my smoke detector goes out, yeah, I'm the same. It takes a minute for me to get that changed out. Don't laugh at me. I can't reach it, even with a step stool. I have to have a high ladder, and there's no way I'm gonna climb a high ladder. I'm not doing it. So I have to have somebody come and do it. And it might not always be right away when I want it. You can't make this up. But yeah, it's so weird. And I get it. But the smoke detector, I didn't even notice that. I did not notice that beeping.
Never heard from her. He literally cut her off, family.
Oh man.
Literally. So when she told me this story was disturbing, and I gave her counseling. I said, you know, when you're dating a man, one
Oh
should
Lord, there you
use
go. Yeah, I hear
reservation. You know, I didn't
it.
think
Me
it
too.
was why she gave him that much access, but I'm not judging. I'm not judging. My heart went out to her. You can tell she's a good mother. And then before I had issue with him, it troubled my soul so much. I reached out to him. I said, hey, this isn't right. And when I brought the situation to his attention, all he could do is degrade the woman. Oh, you know, you just don't know how many women are in line to be my wife. She's
What?
just mad because I didn't choose her. I said, but we're not focusing on that. We're focusing on that. She said you went in her account and you took $6,000 that she didn't give you permission to touch. Oh,
Wait
you
a
know, that's
minute.
not
Okay, so did she give him access to it or not? Because if she didn't, that's theft. That is theft. The hell? Hell no. I don't care if you claim to be dating somebody or not. That does not give you the automatic right, and we're not married, for you to just go in my account. What am I hearing?
she said you went in her account and you took six thousand
You can't
dollars.
make this up.
My heart went out to her. You can tell she's a good mother. And then before I had issue with him, it troubled my soul so much. I
This
reached
is
out to
crazy.
him. I said, hey, this isn't right. And when I brought the situation to his attention, all he could do is degrade the woman. Oh, you know, you just don't know how many women are in line to be my wife. She's just mad because I didn't choose her. I said, well, we're not.
Omar, no one is mad or hating you. You're just an idiot. You're just a fat idiot with no brain. You Oompa Loompa. Filled with little Debbie snack cakes, pork rinds, hog mugs, and pig feet. No one is degrading you, you clown. It's insane as to why he felt the need to just go. If he went into her account and did not get permission, that is not a romantic encounter. That is theft. He stole that money.
To his attention, all he could do is degrade the woman. Oh, you know, you just don't know how many women are in line to be my wife. She's just mad because I
Who
didn't
gives a
choose her.
damn?
I said, well, we're not focusing on that.
In line to be my wife, you clown. Who cares about them low self-esteem women? What does that have to do with the $6,000 you took out of her account? I'm confused. I'm just confused. That's theft. He went into her bank account without her permission, took the money out. That's theft. Yeah, Mimo understands. That's theft. This is crazy. I had the audacity of you to tell me what to do on my channel. And I'm gonna say it as loud as I can. That is called theft. That's theft by taking. He didn't get any permission. That's what that is. That's how that should be investigated. And I would have left it just as that. No, he stole it out of my account. I don't care what he think he has with his big ass gut. He stole that money out of my account. I didn't give him permission. Especially if he didn't even consider himself to be a boyfriend or anything. I don't know. Then he really stole it. What makes him any different than some stranger off the street? You can't make this up. It's theft. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to figure out exactly what this is. Like, because either she gave him access or she didn't. But it has to be one or the other. So when the lady is recanting this story, she needs to be very specific. Either I gave him access and he was able to withdraw, which, I mean, ideally from a savings account, you don't withdraw from that. The whole point is to save the money, not to use it as a checking account. And some banks will not allow you to make so many withdrawals in a day from a savings account, or they'll automatically convert it over to a checking. So the concept of him withdrawing $6,000, he cleared out her savings account. I mean, there should be a limit to this, some sort of daily limit put on that account for a savings account. And if he tried to do multiple transactions, it definitely should have limited him from being able to do that, because then you're over exceeding the limit. So for a savings account, you don't want to be able to take out $6,000 like that. It's a savings account. That is the whole purpose of you saving it is being defeated if you were drawing it out. And how did he do it with? I mean, he would have had to have her debit card. I wouldn't even want that type of money to be withdrawn out by any other means, whether it be from a transfer or just a withdrawal at an ATM, or you using the debit card to spend it. No, it should be a limit to something like that. That should be a cap. That is crazy. $6,000 at once from the savings. That no, I don't give a damn who you are. If I'm not spending my $6,000 that I saved with my hard-earned money, your goopy loopy ass don't get to come up in here and spend my money. The audacity. So I'm confused. Which one is it? Is this something where she gave him, maybe she said you can use $100 or something, and then he just took the $6,000, or what? I need to be clear on that.
We're focusing on that. She said you went in her account and you took $6,000 that she didn't give you permission to touch. You know what? That's not how that went. Did she tell you she got four baby daddy? Just try to deflect.
That had nothing to do with it. Did he get permission or not? I mean, that's what I want to know. Did he get permission or not? It's not his damn money. He didn't earn it because he has no job. Because Umar's a deadbeat.
The situation to his attention, all he could do is degrade the woman. Oh, you just don't know how many women are in line to be my wife. She just mad because I didn't choose her. I
Let
said,
anybody run
we're
over
not
here and come and tell
focusing
me
on
what to
that.
do on my child.
We're
Child.
focusing on that. She said you went in her account and you took $6,000 that she didn't give you permission to touch. You know what? That's not how that went. Did she tell you she got four baby daddy? Just try.
So as opposed to his dumbass saying exactly how that went, he talks about how, she has four baby daddies. Nope. How did you get $6,000 out of her savings account? Why are you dancing around this subject? But he's supposed to be so direct and straightforward and honest though. Well, no, here's how this went. She gave me her debit card and she said, use as much as you need. And that's exactly what I did. Like, he's not saying anything about that at all. Oh, she's got four baby. I'm not asking about that. Don't care. It has nothing to do with her saving $6,000.
To deflect the situation. I don't care if she had 10 baby daddies. The point is, she was adamant she did not give you permission to go in her account and withdraw that money, and you did. And I felt at that time I could have done a little bit more, but I'm not going to
I
say.
would have asked her what type of account, like what bank do you bank with? Because there's got to be some policies or some regulations in place to where a savings account should not be treated like a checking account. So there needs to be a withdrawal limit per day or a set number of transactions. Maybe you don't hit, let's say it's $500 limit. Maybe you don't hit that. But if you do more than 4 or 5 transactions in a month, we convert this over to a checking account, because the whole point is that you're saving the money, not using it like it's a checking account. It might as well be a checking account, because you're getting some sort of ROI from a savings account. So the percentage that you get back for having that money sit there is a lot higher than a regular standard checking account. So that's why certain banks, they won't even let you utilize or do some more than 3 to 5 transactions a month from that savings. So how did he take this money? Because then she could say, well, my bank doesn't even allow me to do more than 5 transactions a month. Let's say it's Wells Fargo, whatever their policy is with how you're to maintain a savings account. If I were her, I would come from that angle and lean on those bank policies to help prove he went and took that money out without my permission. I can't even do that. My bank would have converted this to a checking account. So for him to do that, he did this without my permission. And here's exactly how he circumvented the process with the bank. There's another angle here, because, of course, he's not going to tell on himself, especially when he knows he already looks like a soulless gift from hell. Like, I just, I would find it hard to believe someone gave him access to $6,000 like that if it took her that long to save up for it. 4 baby daddies, 2 baby daddies, 8 baby daddies. I don't give a damn. It's her money. She worked hard for. She earned it. However, she got the money is hers, not his. But if she gave him just free access to the account and just said, "Here's a card, have fun," that's gonna mess that up. Man, I would have. Oh Lord, she should have never said. She should have just said it was a romance scam. He conned me out of my money. He took it out of my account. Then, and here's the banking policies and procedures as to why I would never ever allow him or even myself to go in and just clear out my savings account. Why the hell would I do that after 8 years of saving? It's insane. This is insane.
Sit here and lie. I just saw him like some kind of
That's crazy.
figure, leader, and I kind of fell back. He's like, you mingling what you don't need to be
Exactly.
mingling. She's not what you think she is. No, he's not what we think he is. And then the young lady from my
It's the
movie,
Oompa Loompa.
um, I told you guys that he put her out and I left her and I really troubled my soul, but I never really went into detail. And I'm going to publicly tell the entire story. So the casting agent called me. It was a midday. I was at the studio,
Okay, are we
and
talking
she's
about the
like,
same woman?
Marianne,
Let me go back a little bit.
I'm not going to sit here know that she didn't give you permission to talk. You know what? That's not how that went. Did she tell you she got 4 baby daddy? Just try to deflect the situation. I don't care if she had 10 baby
As
daddy.
usual.
The point is, she was adamant. She did not give you permission to go in her account and withdraw that money, and you did. And I
Wow.
felt at that time I could have done a little bit more, but I'm not going to sit here and lie. I just saw him like some kind of black figure, leader, and I kind of fell back. He's like, you mingling what you don't need to be mingling. She's not what you think she is. No, he's not what we think he is. And
What he
then
do,
the young
child?
lady from my movie, um, I told you guys that he put her out and I left her and I really troubled my soul, but I never really went into detail. And I'm going to publicly tell the entire story. So the casting agent called me. It was a midday. I was at the studio, and she's like, Marianne, can I schedule an appointment? I would like to talk to you. I said, oh, perfect. I'm at the studio now. Do you want to drop by? Because she's like, she didn't want to have this conversation over the phone. She's like, yeah, okay, 20 minutes away. Would that work? I said, that's fine. I'm going to be here for another 2 or 3 hours. And she did arrive at the studio. Ooh, my father on the street. She did arrive at the studio. Um, and then I said, what is it? Like, I wasn't alarmed, but I wanted to know what if she wanted to talk in person that she couldn't say over the phone. And then she was like, well, um, I know you as an individual. Um, when I'm hearing this story, it didn't sit well with me, and it doesn't sound like your character. Why didn't you abandon the young lady? And I said, well, you know what? You talking about the girl that went to the room with Umar. I said, nobody abandoned her. When she called, I told her I didn't have room in the car, and I didn't. I had camera equipment, I had food, because as a producer, I provide craft. I feed everybody from the actors and people that are on set. I said, I really couldn't pick her up. And she goes, Marianne, she was there till 7 a.m. in the morning. My heart dropped. I said, no,
Wait,
I think you're
what?
mistaken. She called me at 5 a.m. And she said, Marianne, she was there, stranded, not until 7 a.m. Someone was able to pick her up. And I couldn't understand. What she was giving me, I was dumbfounded. I was just like, my heart just dropped. When the actors, they have a portfolio that they give you with a headshot, professional headshot,
Okay. Wait a
with
minute.
name, address, email, phone number, um, their height, their weight, shoe size, even if they have a distinguished mark or a tattoo, everything, so we can see if that person will fit the character that we need. I didn't call her. I didn't text her. I didn't email. I did get in my car. I didn't even finish what I had to do at the studio. After I finished talking to her, I said, I'm going to touch base with her and I will follow up with you. I went straight to the young woman's house. Um, she does waitress job from memory serve me, right? She lived with her grandmother. I knew that much. And when I rang the doorbell, I took, I think, three or two step back on the porch because I didn't know how it was going to be received. And luckily, she opened the door and she's like, Miss Marianne, what is it? She wasn't rude, but it wasn't a warm reception. And I said, I'm so sorry. Can I talk to you? And then I did get emotional. And she's like, man, what you crying for? What's wrong? I said, I just need to talk to you. Can I please talk to you? I'm so sorry. And then I remember she's asking me, what you sorry about? And then she's like, well, my grandmother, she don't like, unexpected gifts. So we sat on the porch. There was some plant. You could tell the grandmother was into plant. We sat on the porch. I said, tell me what happened. From what I'm being told, you were stranded from 7 a.m. So yes, Miss Marianne. Um, he asked me to come.
What?
He wanted to go over the.
How, hold on. Because the way this sounds is as if the young lady was not selected for the role. She said she had headshots, right? And of course, the actor's information is on the headshot, or at least on the back of it. So the young lady was selected for the role, or no? Because how would he know who she is unless he had access to those headshots? And if he had access, why? Like, what? Why would he have a bunch of headshots and he's not the one selecting the people for the movie role? Am I missing something here? Because I just want to make sure I'm on par with what she's saying. Because if she wasn't even picked for the role, he should not have had access to these headshots at all. It's just certain things. He's supposed to be just a regular actor here. He should not have had you know the ability to go through headshots like that, because you got people's personal information on those headshots, include their address, the phone numbers, the emails, ways to reach out and contact them. Some people may not want him to just be reaching out to them and calling them and emailing them and texting them and stuff like that, showing up at their house. So I'm trying to see what, maybe I'm missing something. Child,
Scene. He
I gotta go back a little bit.
Yes, so we sat on the porch. There was some plant. You could tell the grandmother. I said, I
Hold
just
on.
need to talk to you. Can I please talk to you? I'm so sorry. And then I remember she's asking me, what you sorry about? And then she got, well, my grandmother, she don't like, unexpected gifts. So we sat on the porch. There was some plan. You could tell the grandmother was into plan. We sat on the porch. I said, tell me what happened. From what I'm being told, you were stranded from 7 a.m. So yes, Miss Marianne. Um, he asked me to come. He wanted to go over the scene. He said, come on. I don't know if she was telling me the truth or in other words, she said he asked her to come. He wanted to go over some scene, but there was some flirting on both parts. So she was a willing participant. She went to the room. So she said when she got to the room, everything was cool. And then she said, I don't have to get into detail. She was very detailed with me, but I don't have to get into detail. You guys understand what took place. And then she said, after that, he said, you need to leave. And then she told me, she's like, I told him, I said, when you
What
asked
the
me to
hell?
come, my cousin said, there's not enough gas for me to drop you and come pick you up, or you're going to have a ride back. And I told them when I was on the phone with you, you told me, come on, we'll figure it out. And she's like, I don't have a ride back. I can't leave. And she said he was insisting, you can't stay here. I'm a leader. They can't pick me up in the morning, and I'm coming out of my hotel room with a woman. You have to leave. And she's like, called her cousin. And then she's like, I'm still in the room. I can tell he's agitated. When she called her cousin, the cousin said,
Umar sits here and talks about women's body parts, but somehow him leaving the room with a woman is an issue for who? The other women that he thinks is jealous? No one gives a damn. The way he talks about women and crushing cookies and peach cobblers and pies and blah blah blah. I mean, hell, it's almost like his nasty ass is kind of to be expected that he's gonna try to hit on somebody. He literally acts as if he's a beacon of light. Umar, you flatulent Oompa Loompa. You're not a leader of a damn thing. Maybe the brainless Goonie squad, because the old Goonie goons and all. That's what he's a leader of. The old Goonie goons that sit here and do his bidding. His cult, the Umar Tardians, that's pretty much all you're the leader of. And those people just blindly worship him and they just kiss the ground he walks on. So they don't care what he does. So once again, we arrive at the point where why does it matter? Now he's trying to come off like he's celibate. Get the F out of here. He's talking about having multiple wives. the I the irony of this. And he's got a woman that says, I've got 4 kids. And he was in a relationship with me. I was under the impression we were dating and courting. And he took $6,000 from my savings account without our permission. This is someone that wants people to believe that he's a good leader and a role model. But yet he's lied about opening a school for boys for 15 years and then had the audacity to say he wants to cuddle with these little boys by the fireside while they're wearing their little suits. Or that he's going to be checking kids' underwear to make sure that they have on fresh drawers. You can't make this stuff up. But no. Leaving the hotel room with a woman, it might piss off everybody at Hyde Park. Oh, we're just waiting on Umar to just turn his face into a full butt cheek at this point.
I
You
told
can't
you I
make
didn't
this
have
stuff
enough
up.
gas to come pick you up. Have him call
Dear
you an
Lord.
Uber or have him figure how you getting back here. I can't come and get you. Now I want you guys to understand. I live on the west side. She lived on
Oh
the
my
east side.
God.
Most of my cast and actors were east siders. So I lived on the west side. The guy who I chose to drive Umar around, he was a west sider. So I selected a hotel on the west side of town. The producer on the west side, the person chauffeuring him is also on the west side of town. So that's a 45-minute give and take traffic, 45-minute west to east. So this girl told her there's no gas money to come pick her up. So she told me it got escalated, the tension between her and Umar. And then she's like, Miss Marianne, when he was telling me I gotta go, I was like, yo, he's tripping. And then she, she's just, she got some gunk. She go, I'm not leaving. I'm staying, and I'm gonna leave with you in the morning because we're going at the same place. I'm part of the scene. She told me she literally had a
Okay, so
struggle
she
with
was
him.
selected.
He picked her up, opened his hotel room, and put her out. She
What?
fought. She's like, I fought, but I couldn't overpower him. He overpowered me. He put me out. So when he put her out and locked the door, this girl, she told me she started banging on the door, kicking the door, using profanity. And I guess she said she didn't know um, if it's the room to the right, room to the left, but apparently they called the front desk, and front desk came, and they're like, "What is the problem?" She's like, "I'm staying here. He put me out." They're like, "Are you a registered guest to the room?" She goes, "No, it's his room, but he invited me here. I don't have a way home. I need to get back in the room." They're like, "It's his room. If he doesn't want you in there,
You
he
can't
has a
make
right
that
to
sound.
ask you to leave. So now you're disturbing other guests. So we're asking you to please leave. And if you don't leave, we're going to call the authorities and have you removed from the premises."
You can't, man. You can't make this dumb shit up. So the driver, okay. Worst case scenario, Umar, the Oompa Loompa, who claims to like women, could have easily just had the driver wait for him while he allows this young lady to get herself together and be able to leave the room at a separate time. They didn't have to leave at the same time. But to physically pick her up and to put her out the room, where's the hotel camera footage for that? Because I know this got recorded on the camera. There cameras in the hotel. Y'all know they had to be recorded on the camera. Because see, Umar, regardless of such, you know, this is probably why he's rooting for Diddy so much. Because Umar, you it sounds like you did the same thing. Where you had a tuffle with a woman in a hotel and you forgot that hotels have surveillance cameras. Like how Diddy did with the young lady that he got in a whole fight with and tried to lie about it and then tried to pay the hotel off from preventing them to or trying to tempt them from releasing the actual video footage. Umar, if we get that video footage, what is it going to show us? How bad is this tuffle going to be? Because it could be a thing where we just get the hotel footage. This is unreal. He physically picked this young lady up and put her outside of the hotel room just to keep people from seeing him walk out the hotel room with her. And how would that have been even necessary? No one else had to know other than the driver. Or you two wake up and then you say, okay, we're gonna have to time this to where we are leaving the hotel separately. How would the driver know who that young lady is? Who's to say that the driver knew who the young lady is? Maybe the driver doesn't even notice who she is. If she leaves a different part of the hotel from a different route, I'm sure they had one more than one way in and out. Who was to say that the driver would have even seen her? Why is that important? However, she got there, then she could have arranged a ride to pick her up the next morning at 7 a.m. and leave when he leave or whenever he left the hotel room. This is absolutely insane. None of that was necessary. He didn't have to do that. I don't think the driver would have given two craps if he would have seen her come out of the hotel room with Umar. But there could have been a way for them to avoid the driver seeing both of them together if that's the case. But it's not like, Umar's a stellar perfection here. The hell we talking about? This is insane. This is so crazy. That hotel room, boy, if that hotel camera footage was to be released, it would be something else. And then all of this would be for nothing because people will still see how horrible and how much of a dipshit Umar really is either way.
The door. This girl, she told me she started banging
He
on the
picked
door.
her up and put her out the room. God.
So I selected a hotel on the west side of town. The producer on the west side, the person chauffeuring him
Oh my
is
God.
also on the west side of town. So that's a 45-minute give and take traffic, 45-minute west to east. So this girl told her there's no gas money to come pick her up. So she told me it got escalated, the tension between her and Umar. And then she's like, Miss Marianne, when he was telling me I gotta go, I was like, yo, he's tripping. And then she, she's, she got some gump. She go, I'm not leaving, I'm staying, and I'm gonna leave with you in the morning because we're going at the same place. I'm part of the scene. She told me she literally had a struggle with him. He picked her up, opened his hotel room, and put her out. She fought. She's like, I
This is
fought, but I
crazy.
couldn't overpower him. He overpowered me. He put me out. So when he
It
put
is
her out
hard
and
to
locked the
watch.
door, this girl, she told me she started banging on the door, kicking the door, using profanity. And I guess she said she didn't know um, if it's a room to the right, room to the left, but apparently they called the front desk, and front desk came, and they're like, "What is the problem?" She's like, "I'm staying here. He put me out." They're like, "Are you a registered guest to the room?" She goes, "No, it's his room, but he invited me over here. I don't have a way home. I need to get back in the room." They're like, "It's his room. If he doesn't want you in there, he has a right to ask you to leave. So now you're disturbing other guests. So we're asking you to please leave. And if you don't leave, we're going to call the authorities and have you removed from the premises." And then when she realized these people were tripping, she told me she went to sit in the lobby. But because she caused so much of a commotion, they're like, no, we don't even want you in the lobby. We want you off the premises. And then she said when they put her out, it was 4 o'clock when Umar put her out the room. So she's called, she called her the dude she talked to. She called a certain amount of people because there was no one who was able to come through. So she told me by 5 o'clock, she kind of ran out of people to call. So she called me
Oh my God.
to ask me to come get her. And I told you guys I was under a lot of stress. That doesn't excuse what I did, but I kind of
It's
like was angry with her because when she told me she was in Umar's room, I'm like, who told you to go to that man's room? And first of all, I want everybody to maintain a professional decorum. I just, I thought like that was reckless on her part going to this man's room. He's here for 3 days. I'm trying to get this movie done. I didn't want any issues, family, because I'm juggling so much. So I left her, and I said, well, after you left me, why didn't you call again? Like I don't understand seven. So she said when she called her cousin, she started crying. She goes, Miss Marianne said no, she's not picking me up. Miss Marianne hung up the phone on me. I never shared that with you guys, but yeah, I told her I'm not coming. I did. I just kind of abruptly hung up the phone with her. I abruptly ended the conversation. So she said when she's crying, her cousin said, "Well, I'm gonna see what I can do, but you just gonna have to sit and sit tight and let me figure it out." And when she told me this is why I had to get therapy because of her and that mother of four. She said, my cousin had to go to this dude, homeless Marianne. He wanted head just to give her $20. Another woman
what?
had to do,
Stop it!
had
I
to,
say. Wait a minute. What? How? Where's the story? Hold on. Let me sit up. Where is this story going? Oh my God. So the girl that was in the film gets physically put out of the hotel, which was more than likely captured on a hotel security camera footage. It was captured on the camera. It these hotels have hotel they have cameras installed, so that was definitely picked up on a hotel camera, surveillance camera. She gets physically put out of the room because he overpowered her, not because she didn't put up a fight. So you can imagine what that tuffle looked like. And then she calls her cousin, and then the cousin says, "All right, let me figure something out." And she had to do something to a man to get $20. Oh my God. And no, we can't gloss over the fact that Marianne just admitted that she hung up the phone on her. Oh, it was abrupt hung up.
sit tight and let me figure it out. And when she
This
told
is
me,
crazy.
this is why I had to get therapy because of her and that mother of four.
Oh my
She
God.
said, my cousin had to go to this dude, homeless Marianne. He wanted head just to give her
Hey,
$20.
Oompa.
Another woman had to put herself in a vulnerable position.
Oh my
$20.
God.
Call
Oh
her
my
cousin.
God.
She's not picking me up. Miss Marianne hung up the phone on me. I never shared that with you guys, but yeah, I told her I'm not coming. I did. I just kind of abruptly
This
hung
is
up the phone with her.
crazy.
I abruptly ended the conversation. So she said when she's crying, her cousin said, "Well, I'm gonna see what I can do, but you just gonna have to sit and sit tight and let me figure it out." And
Oh
when
my
she
God.
told me this is why I
Oh.
had to get therapy because of her and that mother of four. She said my cousin had to go to this dude, homeless Marianne. He wanted head just to give her $20. Another woman
Oh my God.
had to put herself in a vulnerable position to get $20 to put gas in the car to pick her up, and that really bothered me because that was out of character for me. I should have picked her up. She was like 8 minutes away, give and take, and I didn't pick her up. But in my mind, you know, I don't know what I was thinking.
The cousin said, "Okay, I'm gonna come get you," and then she had to basically pimp herself out for $20 for gas. Yo, this is insane. What in the world am I hearing? Oh my God, there's so much going on, so many moving parts. Holy moly moly. Y'all, I'm I don't even know what to say. The cousin had to prostitute herself. Oh my God. How you doing? No reply. I gotta get some comments in because I don't even know what to say. Did y'all hear this? The cousin of the young lady that Umar put out the hotel room, the cousin that went to pick her up, had to prostitute herself, pimp herself out to a dude for, I guess, oral pleasure of some sort, to a guy to get $20 for gas. I'm like, it just, whew. Y'all. I don't even. This is, see, now you all see why I wish Marianne would just release the videos of behind the scenes from this awakening film. Like, can you imagine like this young lady behind the scenes doing a video diary of some sort and saying this is the story of the night she had with Umar, where the hotel staff had her leave the property. So who knows where she was? I don't think Marianne said where the young lady went after they told her, the hotel staff told her she had to leave. This is after being physically put out of the hotel room from Umar because he just didn't want people to see him walking with a real woman. But he'll go to Hyde Park though, the thickest black ass up there. But he don't want to see anybody. He don't want anybody to see him walk out of a hotel room with a woman because reasons. Despite how he talks about women in several videos. So I'm sure they put up a good little fight, and she went kicking and yelling and using profanity and was loud. And the neighbors in the hotel room, other residents, called the hotel, the staff. They came up, told her she had to leave, not just sit in the lobby. She had to leave the hotel. So who knows where she went? And her cousin, who had to prostitute herself to get $20 for gas, came and picked her up. 2 hours later, this is crazy. Oh my goodness. What's going on? No reply. I hope LLC having a great Friday. I am. I hope you guys are having a great night as well. This is something else. This is something else. Oh my goodness. You got the mother of four who lost the 6 grand. This is insane. This is, y'all, Umar's being sued. It's a long time coming. But this is what he's doing in the country's community as a Pan Africanist, with a K and not a C. This is how Umar acts. This is why the community, you know, this Pan African conscious community, you can't be scared to take his ass to court. It's the only way he's going to learn. Because how else is he going to learn? This is insane. Shell said that video is most likely deleted by now. You know what? That's a good point. Because this movie was done, what, last year? When did she make that film, The Awakening? When that was it earlier? Maybe it was earlier this year. That's a good point. It may not even be available to get, even if we wanted it. Oh my goodness. This is so crazy. He's not notable enough for them to keep it, and based on the way the hotel staff treated her, it wasn't safe. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh my god. I don't even know what hotel. Did she ever say the name of the hotel? This is crazy. A twist indeed. This is so crazy. This is man, this is who child. Depending on what state they live in, what the cousin did is highly believable. I think they're in Ohio, right? My cousin would have been stranded. I'll be at home with my nephews. Oh my god. This is something else. This is something else. You can't make this up. She didn't say the hotel. Yeah, Umar is a narcissistic sociopath. She didn't say the hotel. I'm still curious. I'm gonna be honest. I will still call them and say, "Hey, do you guys? If I give you all a day and maybe a time frame, do you think that could be some sort of way that the footage was saved to a back server or something?" I'm just asking out of curiosity. We'll get a statement on the record. Like, this is crazy. Oh my good lord! I feel bad. It's definitely worth a try. Hopefully she'll listen. I wonder if I might email her. It's like, can you tell me the name of that hotel? Hotel, and just give me the dates. This is crazy. I want to verify. I want to speak to the front hotel staff. Whoever had to come up and tell her she had to leave. I want to talk to them and just get their thoughts on the night and how they felt. If they saw the camera footage, you know, because man, hey, this is journalism at its finest. This do a quick little interview or something. I don't know. This is crazy, and it would be good for their lawsuit to have that, that statement on, somewhat of an interview with this person. That's man. I hate that they put her out. I really hate they did that, especially if she was kind of stranded there and she didn't have a way. Because it sounds like she didn't have a car, and she was dropped off and was probably expecting to be able to. I'm wondering if Umar told her, if you come here, you can just ride with me to the studio. I wonder if he told her that, because that's a hell of an assumption to make. Think about this. So he calls her after seeing her headshot and knowing that she's in the film. And he gets her information from her headshot photo because her contact details would be on that. And then he, gets her to come out, and then he tells her that, if you come, you can ride with me. I got a whole driver and everything. He's not gonna say anything. He's pretty low key. He'll keep everything confidential. And you could just ride with me to the studio. I'm wondering if he told her that. Because I want to hope this young lady would not have gone to that hotel and then knew, okay, I don't have a car. So, the guaranteed way of me getting there, I can't really assure that of myself, because that's the most assured way to know that you're going to get there is you have your own car, you can drive yourself, right? So either way, she would have had to get a ride to that studio, whether she left from her grandmother's house or if she left from that hotel. But if he told her, you're going to have to, you can ride with me, then that would explain why she was so adamant on, no, I'm leaving from the hotel room. We're going in together. as opposed to her making the assumption. I'm just curious to know this. I wonder if she would be willing to do like an interview because this is something else. I want to see the deleted scenes, the the video footage that didn't make it into the film that he was, you know, too, I guess, embarrassed to show, and he didn't want her to put out there because she said she was going to do a documentary based on that background footage. Marianne, you should do it, girl. You're an independent filmmaker. I mean, seriously, you would be robbing us of another movie. Oh man, she should do it. She really should. Umar, you don't deserve a damn thing. You clown. You can't make this up. I just, even if he said that, let's think about this. Even if he told her, hey, if you come here, you can ride with me to the studio in the morning. It's no problem. I have a driver, right? You know, he probably just told her that to get her to come to the hotel room. Because that would have been the first thing. Hopefully, she would have thought about it. Okay, well, I still have to go to the studio in the morning with you. We're in the same, scene together. We're in the same film. So I have to get to the studio. So if I come there, I still need to wait at the studio. Let's say she asked about it and he told her that. It would still be dirty for him to get her there. And then after it's done, then he puts her out and not care about any of that. And he told her, you can ride with me to the studio. Because either way, she would have had to get her own ride to the studio from her grandmother's house. It's so crazy. Man, oh, this is so crazy. What's going on, Cher? How you doing, honey? You're talking about Umar. He don't care how she gets there or how gets home. Got what he wanted. She's inconsequential to him. Yeah, because that's what I mean. That's what I'm thinking. I would hope that this young lady at least, you know, even if she, we've all done dumb things in our lives, right? Umar's a dumb thing, and so even if she was, you know, convinced that he was going to assure her of a ride to the studio, because either way she would have had to get to the studio. She didn't have a car. Someone would have had to take her to the studio that morning. Even if she got an Uber or took the bus, she would have still had to make sure she had transportation. Um, if he told her that and she believed it, he's still dirty for handling it that way, as opposed to getting her an Uber. Let's say he wanted her to leave and he says, listen, I'll call you an Uber to go back to your grandmother's house. Why didn't he just do that? That's how dirty it is. It's a dirty situation. If she was adamant about leaving with him, even if he told her up front, we're going to have to be inconspicuous about this. That means you're going to have to leave, by a certain time in the morning. She probably wouldn't have even gone to the hotel room. Like, I want to know exactly how that conversation went. I'm wondering if she would actually be willing to do an interview with Marianne. Not even me necessarily, just with Marianne to give the details of that conversation, because I have a lot of questions. As you all can tell, I have a lot of questions. What did he say when it came to you going to the studio the next day? Because either way, you still had to go to work. This is your job. What did he tell you? Because this makes no sense. I think those are the loopholes I need closed. Those are some questions I need answered, because otherwise it's just either he's really, really evil and soulless and he lied like hell about how she was going to get to the studio, or she's naive and she believed that he was going to look out for her, which at the rate that Umar's going with how he's taking advantage of women, I'm not apt to believe or trust that he didn't say something to get her to come to that damn room. I want to at least give her credit to say that she probably asked or brought that up. I still got to get to the studio the next day. And she probably was expecting to spend the entire night. And maybe he even told her, my driver, you can just ride with me. I have a driver. Because why does anyone care about what the driver thinks? Think about this. Bodyguards and these drivers, they see stuff all the time. Why would that driver give a damn about who Umar walks out a hotel room with? His personal time, his personal life. Why would that driver care? Another grown man, because Umar, why would another grown man care about you being with a woman? A grown woman. As long as he doesn't see you like physically hit her or beat her or anything, why would he care? You mean to tell me that the actual driver would have been jealous of Umar leaving the hotel room with a woman? Why would he have given a damn? You can't make this up. She needs to make the documentary. I agree, as Files. She needs to dump all that footage, make the documentary, give us all something to really watch. Umar thinks everybody's jealous of him. Yeah, including grown men apparently. Because the driver, I guess, would have been jealous of seeing him leave the room. How dare you leave the room with that young lady? It's like that driver would not have given a crap about Umar spending the night with, because probably he's used to that. A lot of these men know how he is in this community, in the conscious community, Pan African community. They know how Umar is, especially when he's friends with people like Polite, another cult leader who's in prison. These are the people that he somehow puts on a pedestal. People who go to prison for doing horrible things to other women. R. Kelly and Diddy. These are the men he look up to. That somehow he wants to be like. He aspires to be like them. They're all in prison. You can't make this stuff up. It's so crazy. She went into that with high expectations. She assumed he was this important guy. The second he was done, he turned on her. She's stupid and naive. I believe that it could be some naivete to that. I would. That's why I just a couple questions that I wish would have been asked and addressed, because we got to keep it real here in the LLC. We have to keep it real here. If I can't keep it real and speak the truth, then I'm not gonna react to a video. But I wish those are some things that would have been covered and Marianne would have addressed, to say this young lady went there expecting to spend the night. He told her she was going to be there, and get a ride with him the next day, something to that extent. Because I hope she thought about these things, like she still got to go to work the next day. Plus, she has a whole nother job from what I'm hearing. So, yeah, he's a dog, but I would not have trusted anything he said either. I would have been like, listen, no offense, but you're not the most trustworthy person. Just because you're telling me I can ride with you somewhere the next day, I'm not gonna believe that. So if I can't have an assured ride of my own secured to the studio, I'm not coming. I would have. Oh God. Ugh. Yeah, he doesn't even bathe. I just don't get it. I don't see how any woman in her right mind would even be around his ass. Y'all, Umar looks like he has poop in his underwear. He want to see him talk about kids. No, y'all know he scrubs out dookie and toilets. Think about this. Umar probably doesn't even always use toilet paper all the time, like you can imagine. Probably use like hay from the barn or something, like straw or broom. It's so gross. He's a gross person. Ew. Hey, women want to lay in a bed with him. You gotta be kidding me. It's so disgusting. I gotta keep it real, y'all. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry.
I
Oh
didn't
my
pick her up.
god.
So this girl got put
Umar
out
doesn't
between
bathe.
4 a.m. in the morning and then didn't get
Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
this dude, Miss Marianne, he wanted head just to give her $20. Another woman
Back Tuesday.
had to put herself in a vulnerable position to get $20 to put gas in the car to
Hey,
pick her
Glenko.
up. And that really bothered me because That was out of character for me. I should have picked her up. She was like 8 minutes away, give and take, and I didn't pick her up.
Oh
But
boy.
in my mind, you know, I don't know what I was thinking. I didn't pick her up. So this girl got put out there from 4 a.m. in the morning, and then didn't get her cousin to come get her at 7 a.m.
Mm.
This woman had to do what she had to do to get $20 from another man to put gas just to pick her cousin up.
Wow.
You understand, family? So when I told you I had to go get therapy, that situation about that young lady and that situation about the woman of these things bothered me so much. I felt I'm in the conscious community, I'm an activist. I felt I did not handle those situations properly. Now, and y'all wonder why I'm angry with him. That last scene in the movie where he
Ooh,
sat
people.
on the couch with Rebecca, Rebecca was crying, he was comforting Rebecca. That
Yeah.
was the last scene. I pointed out to you guys who opened the door. That last scene, we were wrapping up. We wrapped up around 2 a.m. But before wrapping up, there's a young man who stopped for him. He has connection regardless where he goes. Very metropolitan gentleman, sharply dressed, um, um, you know, uh, GQ style. And
Oh,
then
okay.
he had the reason, like he stood out. He was a handsome young man, but the reason that he stood out for me, he had braids, but it's not like regular cornrow. It was like fancy braid, but he's still masculine. And he's like, "Yo, it's dope that Dr. Umar's in your movie.
Yeah, it was
How would you
garbage
like to
tomorrow.
act if you ever?" I said,
Umar is the worst
"Very
actor
handsome.
ever.
Good look is half the battle." I remember having this conversation with him, and he goes, "You mind if I hang around? Because Doc wanted me to wait outside." I said, "No, I don't mind." He's like, "He leaves tomorrow." Now, Omar filmed for 3 days, but Omar was in Cleveland for 5. The very first day when he came, I told you guys he wasn't happy with the hotel combination. He got upset. He didn't come to the welcome party. That's arrival. He came like early
That's
evening. He
crazy.
filmed for 3 days, and then the fifth day, as checkout, and he came to the farewell party, and we took him to the airport. But we had 3 days of filming, so he's like, "Yeah, Doc wants me to wash his hair." We call him Doc in the conscious community. I don't want to throw nobody off. He's
Let me tell y'all right now. I will not ever call Umar doc anything. He's not licensed or certified to be a doctor of nothing. Period. He's a clown. He's an Oompa Loompa. He's not a doctor. I can't do it. I refuse to do it. I don't care what he claims to have gone to school for. We've read his dissertation here in the LLC. And I was one of the original persons to get it. It is not worthy of him being called a doc. It's an insult to even associate him with that title. Just want to make sure I hammer that in.
like, "Doc want me to wash his hair, condition his hair, and sponge his hair." I'm like, "Sponge his hair?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, I'm
Sponge
gonna sponge his hair."
for that
And I really
toothpaste.
didn't understand the concept of him saying he had to sponge his hair. And then he had
Sponge
his
the
little,
toothpaste.
um, like, um, like a carry bag, and he opened the carry bag and he pulled out a little travel little bag, and he showed me. It's not
Did he have any glue in there? Because Umar, we know you wearing two pieces. You got the face, the man unit on the head and the man unit on the face. He claims he can shave off to look like a full butt cheek. Umar, then we'll be able to see the glued on pieces to the face. Yeah, go ahead and shave that man unit.
like the sponge you do dishes, but it's a sponge. It's actually a sponge. And he's like, "Yeah, after I wash his hair,
I
I
can't
condition
believe
it. I do a motion." I mean, he explained it. And he said, "Yeah, it's gonna look real nice." He's flying out. He wants to look fresh because
it.
when he
Sponge.
arrived, he got something to
Sponge
do. He
off
wants to look
today.
fresh. He's going straight from the airport. I said, "Oh, okay." Now, family, listen to me. Just listen. I want all y'all to listen and then take this and ponder on it.
Okay.
When we finished at 2 o'clock, the
Mm-hmm.
driver drove him at the hotel with the
Mm-hmm.
young man. That was our third day of filming. Nobody made anything notice. He's getting his hair washed and spun. The next morning, the driver picked him up. So the next morning, this is wrap. We have like a nice little brunch. Checkout time for him was checkout time was at 9 a.m. They pick him up for a hotel. We have like the closing, and then I think his flight was like 2 in the afternoon, 2 to 3. Don't get me lying, I can't. It's been 3 years, but I knew it was early afternoon. So the driver picked him up with a young man, and then again I saw the young man. No one asked any question, and it was probably best if he didn't say anything. He blurted out, "Yeah, man, he had to wash my hair. He had to wash my hair. It got late, but it was late. We wrapped it to about he
Wait.
crashed on the couch. Family,
Ah!
family.
Oh, hell no.
I, Lorient Vision Production, booked the hotel room. There was no couch. There's a chair because my sister and I,
Oh, Umar, there's no couch, you Oompa Loompa. Say, Marianne, you've got to release the behind the scenes video footage. Dear God, lady, do it. Did you hear this? There is no couch in that hotel room, but he put a woman out of it, physically picked up a female and put her out. You can make this up. Oh, man.
I, Lorient Vision Production, booked the hotel room. There was no couch. There's a chair
There's
because
no
my
couch.
sister and I, once we booked, paid for the hotel, I went to a Giant Eagle. I got some refreshment. I
Oh,
got some veggie chip. I got some stuff, and she came with a basket. She
no. Dear
came with a
Lord.
basket. We load the basket, and I bought Avion water because that's what he requested, and we put in the room for him to have snack. I was with my
Oh,
assistant. This is before he landed in Cleveland. It was
oh my God.
one bed, a chair. There's
Oh,
a desk and a chair, and like a sitting chair, the bed, the desk, and a chair, and then the refrigerator. I
girl.
entered the room with my assistant because we put a welcome basket for him. So when he walked in, and when we put the welcome basket, we stopped at the desk. I returned the key, because the room was already paid and rented for. I said, well, here's the key. When he checked in, you guys could just go ahead and give him the key. And they're like, do
Oh
you want
my
us to
God.
rekey it? And I can't remember word for word, but we were done. When he walked in, because we're having run, this is his farewell. We're wrapping up. Yeah, it was late. It was late. He crashed on the couch.
What
Now,
couch?
and when he said that, I remember, sometimes you kind of realize, I'm like, couch, ain't no couch in the room. But I didn't focus.
Oh
I
my
didn't
God.
focus too much on that. When I sat on that porch, I had that conversation with that young lady. My heart ripped apart. He put her out because he has to protect his image. He's supposed to be this great.
But he didn't see anything wrong with his male barber slash beautician sleeping on a fictitious couch that did not exist. Y'all know it to be one of those scenarios where Umar's like, okay, I'm gonna get under the cover, under the both of the blankets, and then you just get in between the top comforter and the second blanket. Because these hotels that come with the main comforter, then you have this brown blanket in between, this blanket in between, and then you have the sheets. So Umar must have gotten underneath the comforter, the blanket, and the sheet, while the barber slash beautician got between the top comforter and the blanket. So they had a sheet between them. Otherwise, what the hell this dude slept? This is priceless. You can't make this up. How long does it take to wash a man unit and sponge it the hell out? You could have did that separately. You didn't even have to do that on his head. You could take the man unit off, and then you can shampoo it and condition it, blow dry, all the things you would do with a normal, head and with hair growing out of it. And then you sponge it up with some foam or something, styling cream. Who knows? It didn't even have to be attached to Umar's head. That's the beauty of this man unit. Make this up. That's on the couch. What couch? She should have just asked out loud. What couch? Yeah, is that camera on me? Yes, that camera's on you. What couch you talking about? Speaking to the camera. This is oh dear Lord. You can't make this shit up. Wait a minute. Y'all, this ain't gonna stick. Oh, Umar was like, shampoo this shangle stick while you at it. Oh, somebody asked the beautician, did he sponge the shangle stick as well? Was that a 2-for-1 deal? How did this go? You can make this up. Oh, God, this is priceless. This is priceless. I would have never let up from that. Umar, once upon a time, you told me that you and a male barber slash beautician. He came and he washed and conditioned your hair and he sponged it to death. And then he slept on the couch in a hotel room where there was no couch. Can you please describe this couch to us? Every time I see that bastard, he would have to tell me how this couch looked. It's be a standard question. Hey, Umar, long time no see. Can you describe if the couch was it a blue color? Was it like a 2-seater? Was it like 3 seats or something? What was the length of this couch? Because we're still trying to nail this couch down. I have photos of the hotel room because I went back to that hotel. Because Marianne, you could go back to that hotel and just take photos. And I took some photos. I don't see a couch. So it just was it. Are you talking about the reclining this chair that doesn't recline either? How exactly did he sleep? If you had to put a dummy body on the bed, how did that go? Because let's just say he got in the bed. Oh, Umar, he's teaching this beautician, a male barber beautician, the things that he does at Hyde Park. He said, when we get to Hyde Park, this is how things go. It's called the bush there, but we'll call it a couch for just all intents and purposes here in the hotel room. So pretend the couch is a bush. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's it. There you go. And then pretend like you're picking something up. Umar, you gross. You can't make this stuff up. Y'all know how that went. I think an NDA was part of her settlement agreement with Umar because she was threatening to put that footage out previously. Man, you know what? I listen. With this lawsuit here, this class action, yeah, we're gonna put that NDA to the side because people need to know exactly who they're dealing with. You can't be y'all, that would be epic. If she went back to that hotel and took photos and said, he said something about there being a couch in this hotel room. It's funny how this couch does not exist at all in this reality here on earth. In this hotel room. The same hotel room I booked for Umar, when he came down to do this film and gave me a headache and a migraine, then tried to sue me over it. Umar, this is what the hell you get. Here are the photos from the hotel room, people. Where y'all see a couch at? Because a male beautician crashed on the couch. It was 2 o'clock, I heard. It was about the same wee hours of the morning. He put out a young lady from a hotel room, but he didn't put that male barber beautician out. No, the hell he didn't. Umar, why would you put this young lady out and not put out the male barber beautician? Because that's what he is. He's a beautician. He's shampooing, conditioning, and sponging your hair. That man unit. He's a beautician. He's a whole stylist. This ain't no barber. Barbers don't do that. They cut hair. They're not gonna sit here and just shampoo, condition, and style only. That's a beautician. All right. It's coming from I listen, when my hair was relaxed, I used to get my hair done every week. I had a beautician, I had a stylist. I didn't have a barber. It didn't exist. I don't understand what he think he doing. How many real men of the Lady Luck Club go to a beautician? Where all the this so-called barber is doing? He's just shampooing, conditioning, and sponging your hair. But he doesn't trim, line it up, cut it, nothing. But he goes out of his way to say, "Yeah, I gotta wash and shampoo and condition his hair. Lather it up with bubbles. It's the bubbles. That's the most important thing." Can you imagine this young man saying, "Important thing, Miss Marianne, it's the bubbles. You gotta lather that up." We up in here making bubbles for hours. You gotta get a good lather going. Like that's not even like how barbers talk. They don't even say stuff like that. They'll wash this. Yeah, I wash your hair right quick, scrub it out, get all the extra hair from you getting a haircut, and then throw some little conditioner on there, rinse that out, and you be good to go. That's how barbers talk. I have two boys, so I know how barbers talk. It's not the same as a beautician or a stylist. You know, stylists use conditioning. You can't make this up. And he didn't put that kid out at 5 a.m. I'm just saying here. Y'all, that's a special treatment that these people get at Hyde Park. Because Umar, we know what you did last summer. You can't make this. This is crazy. It's all about that bubble life, Y'all, this is nuts. Y'all, stylists and beauticians are the ones that say shampoo and conditioning. That is how they charge for service. Like you can see a charge for shampoo. It says conditioning, shampoo, conditioning. Sponging is like a style. Okay. That's not like barbers don't say, I just didn't shampoo condition. No, they don't say that. They say I did a line up and a cut. And I may have rinsed his hair out a little bit. Yo, he got that Hyde Park special. That 2 a.m. Hyde Park special. Boy, you can't. Umar, that had to bring back just the good old days for you. I'm sure that oh man, that shingle stick was just jumping. Yeah. Now we see what gets Umar going. That shampoo, conditioning, and sponging session. That's it. That'll do it. You got to make sure you add on the sponging session with that. That just tops everything off. You can't make this stuff up. Umar is clown. Umar, what's the name of this stylist? Oh man, I just want to know how he look now. Umar, what's the name of your beautician?
His farewell. We're wrapping up. Yeah, it was late. It was late. He crashed on the couch.
Why did he say that?
And when he said that, I remember, sometimes you kind of realize, I'm like, "Couch, ain't no couch in the room." But
oh my God,
I didn't focus. I didn't focus too much on that. When I sat on that porch, I had that conversation with that young lady. My heart ripped apart. He put her out because he has to protect his image. He's supposed to be this great black leader. He's going to open a school. He's going to sculpture black mind. He's going to give a black scholar. He put her out. She said, "Mrs. Marianne, I fought with him because I know I couldn't get back. This girl don't have no gas in her money." He fought, like, pick her up and put her out the room. A female. She's younger than I am. She's younger than Umar, but she's of age. She's of age. You
Wow.
put her out. You put
That's
her
right.
out, but
Oh
you
my
let
goodness.
him wash your
You
hair,
trying to
sponge
say.
your hair, and stay the night. Family. This is the character of a man that
Oh
we're
my
dealing with.
God.
That's why when all of us sat and nobody kind of want to give that return of fee, I didn't flinch. I didn't flinch. Because you know
Yo,
why I didn't flinch? This man, I
this is
am a
crazy.
person that he connected with. He reached out to me. I didn't know that man from Adam. I was
This is
respectful from
crazy.
day one. I became a loyal donor to your cause. I was a friend. I was kind. And then we embarked on
Oh my
business together,
God.
and this man turned around and tried to destroy me financially.
Yep.
When we were in the chamber, they're explaining to me the legality of what was going on when I received paper from him, which I had to sign. I had to sign on my door. He sent those him and his attorney. Those papers were like certified. You had to sign for those papers
Mm-hmm.
when I received the paper. If he
For a
was
certificate of
successful in
service.
suing me, this home that I'm sitting in right now, making the video, I wouldn't have been in this home with my three children. That little studio, which I worked for 6 years to make it a reality, that would no longer be in existence. And then at the time that I was going through that legal issue with him, I was embarking to buy a little 4 unit, trying to build wealth for my children. Four little unit, four apartment, nothing fancy, just a little 4 unit apartment. Um, if he was successful, y'all know when people that are homeowner, you know when a lender's lending you something, these people could always go back and check. And if that fund you have in the bank is not in the bank, they could pull the rug right from under you. That
Oh my
that unit
God.
down now would not even be a reality. And this man, I'm like, how? Someone
Mm-mm-mm.
who was not your enemy, someone who didn't pose any harm or threat to you, and you went out of your way to destroy me and not even flinch and not even lose sleep about it. And then when they
That's why I wouldn't flinch if I had to release them background, the behind the scene video footages. Oh, I wouldn't flinch with that. That's why she need to put out that documentary. Your Honor, I made a film because I'm an independent filmmaker, and that's exactly what I did. He didn't like it. He doesn't get to infringe upon my free speech expression and freedom of press. No, he doesn't get to do that. And that's exactly what he'll be doing if he and his attorneys think they're going to threaten me with lawsuits to keep me from making a documentary. She doesn't even have to say where the video footage has come from. Just it's my documentary. Because 50 Cent did it. You can't make this up. Yeah, you can sit here and create a documentary, include interviews, behind the scene video clips and footages and raw data. Yeah, it's in a documentary. I have the right to freedom of speech and expression here in the United States of America. If Umar the Oompa Loompa doesn't like it, he can take his ass to the continent of Africa, where he claims he wants to go anyway. No one's stopping him at this point. Bye. You don't have to like our constitutional protections that we have here as Americans, Umar, but you can take your ass to another continent if you don't like it. This is insane. I would not flinch releasing a documentary. I just wouldn't. This man tried to sue her for $500,000. And then he turned around and settled with her and then tried to force her to stay quiet about certain things. For what? No, you want to take me to court? Come on, we're going to the discovery phase. Are you kidding me? Now let's get to that discovery phase because I want discovery on your ass. Man, half the stuff that they're asking for now in this class action, Marianne would have been able to get it in her lawsuit that he filed against her. That slap suit for that unimaginable amount of money. Because he knows she did not have $500,000, even in assets and cash, liquidity, none of that. She didn't have that combined. But he tried to bankrupt her and didn't think twice about it. So who the fuck should think twice putting together a documentary and releasing it on him? Congratulations, Umar. You will be just like Diddy. You'll just be the broke, unemployed version. You can't make this up. I will spare his ass. For what? Even his own kids don't have a relationship with him. His daughter would love to probably go in and give an interview and say how her biological father truly is. Yeah, no, here's how the sperm donor acts. And he's sitting here talking about Hyde Park and how some man's jaw is not as strong and durable as a woman. Like, I don't get it. And then the things she said that she feels like he's tried to do, her allegations against him are serious. She feels like her own father is out to get her. Umar, if you're going to be soulless about life and everything in it, then why should you care about a documentary? All of a sudden now, you want to be a coward and not have a spine. Someone says I'm going to put out a documentary on your ass, then all of a sudden you want to threaten with a lawsuit. Now litigation is somehow a thing for him. This is why the conscious community or Pan-Africanism, none of you all should care about taking Umar's ass to court. Because look how he acts when it comes to a lawsuit, when it comes to the aspect of litigation. He didn't think twice filing that slap suit against Marianne Lorient. And I'm sure many people in the conscious community were like, I can't believe he filed that. But he did. That's the whole point. The point is he did it and he didn't flinch. So why should you flinch when it comes to a class action lawsuit against his dumbass? Don't worry about it. Don't flinch. Go to court and stand your ground. Because Umar didn't flinch when he filed a slap suit against one of your own members who supported his ass, and she didn't have to do it. She didn't have to let him be in her film that she financed. She didn't have to give him the opportunity to do a damn thing. And he showed her no appreciation. And how did he thank her? With a slap suit for $500,000. So the conscientious community, Pan-African community that Umar claims to be the leader of should not give a damn about this class action lawsuit. Don't be scared of it. Take his ass to court and go all the way there. Chabu. Because it would be highly hypocritical to see Marianne Lorient having to have endured the BS that he put her through for her film that he was never originally supposed to be a part of. She had already selected someone to play his role. He infringed himself upon her movie. He just kind of came into the film himself. She didn't invite him in. He took over the movie. Exactly, Francisca. He took over the film. He made changes to it. He made demands that were stupid. That's why he ended up in that hotel, because he couldn't get his way with going to a more expensive high-end hotel because no one owed him that either. He wanted to be in that film. Quite frankly, he should have paid for everything. Then would have laughed at him if he would have dared to try to make a change. You don't run this here. You're not paying for this film to be produced. No, you don't get to dictate how this goes. Nope. You don't have to be in it. I already have a standby if you want to sit here and really play games. You run nothing here. That's how that should have went. What was the conscious community at when he was sitting here treating her like crap and then filing a slap suit for $500,000? What was the outcry on that? Sometimes it comes to a point where you just got to go to the court of law. Well, Umar thinks he's above the rule of law in its entirety. He's not. Let him F around and find out. And he'll have to find out the hard way. Don't lose a bit of sleep over that. For what? No one owes Umar anything. This is his moment to be humbled. Umar, sit your ass down. You clown. Because I know he watches my videos. He's an idiot. Sit your ass down somewhere. You'll learn. No one owes him anything. Not even the benefit of the doubt. Not even a little bit. You took $6,000 from a woman who had 4 kids. Why would you feel good about doing that? No one should feel bad about suing him. No one. No one. Umar, you could just get a job or show us a photo of this hotel or exactly of where this boy slept. Y'all, I'm still tripping out. If someone remembers the name of this hotel, please tell me. I'll look it up. We can literally, we can literally look up photos of this hotel in the hotel room. They got photos up. Anyone remember the name of that hotel? She, because I think she mentioned it before. If y'all remember the name of the hotel, please tell me so we can Google it right quick. Because I just really want to nail the point home how there's no couch in the room. I would love to know the room he stayed in, but I'm sure that some of the hotel rooms do not all come with a couch, a sleeper sofa, or something like that. Somebody said a love seat. If anybody remember the name of that hotel, please, please just put it in the chat. We can this. We're not gonna this is the Bates Motel. You would think, right? I mean, was it the it wasn't a Comfort Inn. It was something. What was the name of it? She said it when she talked about the the live stream she did after the film was released. I think she talked about it because he mentioned he wanted to be in the Marriott or something like that. And she was like, "No, if you want to go to that high end hotel, I'll go ahead and cancel this, and then I'll put whatever money I put towards this room, the equivalent of this, to a higher end, and you pay the rest." No, he would have had to pay the whole thing because his broke ass wouldn't have been able to do that. Dog. If y'all can remember, it's in Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, if somebody remember the name of that hotel, we'll look it up right now. Because I just really want to Umar. You know damn well there was no couch in that room. Why you felt the need to say that out loud? You know, because guilty conscience speaking now. That's what it was. Umar's conscience was yelling and screaming on the inside, trying to come out to the outside. Umar, it's okay to come out the closet. Your beautician was there styling your hair all night. How long does it take to shampoo, condition, and sponge that man unit? It even mentioned lining it up or cutting it or anything. You know, just shampoo and condition and the sponging. You can't make this up. If y'all remember, she said on the west side of Cleveland, Ohio. If y'all remember the name of the hotel or just the chain, please let me know. Because we at least got to narrow it down to west side, Cleveland, Ohio. That part she did say. I know. Ooh, let's see what the rooms look like. Yeah, I now want to see what the rooms look like. Because if it's no couch in there, listen, he got some explaining to do. Umar, you got some explaining to do if it's no couch in that damn room.
They realize, okay, she's not backing down. We don't have too late to stand in court. They
Oh
vanished.
man,
That was it. And him and his attorney, he vanished. So when that return fee came out, we're not turning back. Y'all don't have it. And then the lawyer's like, well, it's not fair. We're representing all 40 of you, and
me
nobody.
too. Okay,
It's
man,
funny how
yes.
people want their money, but nobody. I'm not back.
I said the same thing, Dwayne. I said the same thing. I would let. I would. I literally left a post up and saying I wish 50 Cent would reach out to Marianne Lorient when he was responding to Umar's clown ass. Yeah, just reach out to Marianne Lorient and do a documentary on Umar because y'all see how Umar just backed down. I don't want no problems. Ain't no drama. It's just ain't nothing but love over here, big bro, big homie. Ain't no problems over here, big homie. Of course it's not, because 50 Cent will whoop Umar's ass. Of course he don't want no problems with 50 Cent. 50 Cent would do at least one good rap song and destroy your whole career, Umar. You better ask Ja Rule. He's still reeling from that. He has no problem with that. And 50 Cent himself said, I'm petty. So you can imagine how long this beat can go back and forth. It's just Umar thinks that no one's supposed to give their own opinion of him. And then he gets mad about it. And then the Umar Tardians get into an uproar because of reasons. And they think that no one is supposed to be able to express their free speech and expression about Umar. That's not how the hell it works here in the United States of America. People are going to criticize Umar. He chose to be a public figure. That's on him. Even though who the hell he leading? But he's not exempt from people criticizing him because he's just not. So 50 Cent was like, shut the something along shut the shut up, shut the F up, something like that. Shut your ass up. Whatever he said. Needed to be said probably. Because Umar's sitting here like, oh, why did he even do a documentary on Didi? Because he gets to do that. He's a producer, he's a director, he gets to do that. Just like Marianne Lorient being an independent filmmaker. She makes films. That's their job. That's what they get to do. That's it. Asking why they did it is a stupid question. He didn't even offer any critique about the documentary overall. He just asked, why did he do it? But why not do something about, white men who do the same thing? Because he wanted to do a documentary on P. Diddy. The end. That's it. That's the end. Umar doesn't dictate anything. And then said 50 Cent couldn't challenge him or debate him. Child, please. Certain things is not even worthy of a response. I'm sure 50 Cent said that. Umar's not worthy of a response like that for me. I'm not giving this dude airtime. Damn. 50 Cent will just do a documentary on Umar and just shut his ass down once and for all. Because that's all it will take. Look how Umar becomes a coward at the idea of Marianne Lorient doing a documentary on him with behind the scenes footage. And he feels like she has to have an NDA signed and agreed, threatening her with lawsuits and litigation. That's how scared he is for that behind the scenes footage to get out. Put that in the hands of 50 Cent. He's going to destroy Umar. And we're here for it. Umar, you're done. You would be so done.
Oh, I'm not bashing anybody, but it's factual. It's factual. I put that money out, but you know what? I didn't flinch because I know this man's a parasite. I know this man is evil. This man is dark. You understand? And some of you that like him, some of you that support him,
yeah.
take me out of the equation. That young lady, I'm
Okay.
telling you, that's factual. He physically picked her up and put her out that room. She was out there at 4 a.m. in the morning. 4 a.m. How would you feel if your daughter, your sister, your niece, or even your mom, any female that is endeared to you, somebody put them out 4 a.m. in the morning? She was strangled till 7:15 to pick her up. I got it from the horse's mouth. 7:15. Her cousin came to pick her up. Family. And he's a leader and he sits on platform and he wants to give relationship advice. No, 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 no.
Y'all know Umar's a hypocrite. But, you know, who's, Marianne is gonna give him this business all day. What a men at? You got Brother Malik, Manny. They'll go at Umar if they had to. They had the opportunity. They'll tell him directly to his face. You do have Lennon on it. You have shout out to Information Man Show. Remy Rump, Jay the Informant, Tavares up in the chat. All the real men of the LLC up in here. You guys will give Umar the business all day. Where are the other men in the conscious community? That are just able to say, dude, you're looking like a jackass out here on these streets. At this point, you might want to go ahead and start doing applications for a job. You want to be a leader, especially for young black boys. This isn't it. We don't want to teach our young black men that if they cannot get a school open, they should just keep asking for money and not actually show the community that they are actually working. Because everybody else got to get a job and go to work. Umar could easily just start another business doing something else and get some support until he gets that up and going. But he doesn't even want to do that because laziness. He's a slob. Even if he starts something where he does something online, he could just literally do that. But he acts like he hates doing it. Last time he did these so-called, you know, sessions from his mama's closet, he was so irritated and just looked and sounded depressed about it. And it's like, dude, why are you doing this? Not enthusiastic or happy about it at all. So if that's not what he wants to do, he's gonna have to get a job. He's gonna have to do something he does not want to do to make money and keep living. At 50 something years old, it's time to get a job and go to work because he's not even getting an income from being listed as the director of FDMG. And that's based on the tax statements, the tax documents. No income listed next to that. So, how is he earning money to take care of himself and his personal needs? And he wants an entire court to believe he's not using donation money to fund his lifestyle. But he can't prove how he's generating revenue any other way. This is what he's about to go to court to face with 40 co-plaintiffs. 40 co-plaintiffs is going to be demanding exactly how do you generate revenue to take care of yourself, Umar, you dumb clown. And you're not going to be able to show proof of any job that you are holding or that you've been holding down for at least a year to show that you've generated revenue to take care of yourself. So if he were to stop getting donations, he literally would be a homeless bum and doesn't even want to get a job and go to work. Umar, people not here to take care of your ass.
No, 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 no. Nobody's making this up. Nobody's making
Exactly.
this up. And then I kept telling you guys, notice how he can't even come out publicly and utter my name. When I came in, I made that video. I told you guys he settled with me. Someone
It's
got the
amazing.
video. Someone's like,
This is
what about
cute.
Marianne Lawyer accusation that you paid her? I'm not
Hey, Jimmy.
uttering her name. I am not
Yeah,
uttering
you
her
scared of
name.
work.
No, you cannot utter my name. But family, y'all pause for a second. This is for Umar. Umar, happy holiday. This will be your last pleasant Kwanzaa, sir. You,
Ugh, I
you,
love it.
heartless, you came and wanted to destroy me, but you picked the wrong one. You picked the wrong one. You're gonna wipe me out financially. I have 3 children. Anyone who ever get to the point where you can lose everything, it's not funny. It's not funny. This man doesn't hold a 9 to 5. This man doesn't have a product that he
He does
sells
not.
that's giving him a stream of income.
Nope.
You understand? This man is collecting donation money and living a luxury lifestyle. He's on a plane where
Don't forget about those contribution packages on his website. It's a whole pyramid scheme. You know, those tiered packages, $50 gold, was it $25 bronze, then silver, gold, platinum, diamond in each level. It just skips, it's like it doubles in amount. The highest level being $1,000 a month. He wants people to donate monthly to him under these tiered contribution packages. They're no different than HYIPs, those high yield investment packages, where you put all this money into something and you get nothing out of it. No different than an investment scam. Umar has a whole pyramid scheme on his website, but he can't give the name of the school website because what is the school website again for Umar and the Umar Tardians? What is the school website again?
whenever he want, he stay at 5-star hotel. He threw a fit because the hotel I got him wasn't a 5-star hotel because that's what he's accommodated to. This man, he jumped from rental car to rental car. And yes, he gets paid for a lecture here and there. That's not a consistent stream of income.
It sure
He's
isn't.
living off of hard working, earning people's money. And then he comes, he's constant. This
And not even
he's
rich people
oh my
money.
god, I'm emotional. He comes, he's disrespectful. He shows no humility. But Umar, time is up. Time is up, sir. I told you I was going to put my money where my mouth is. You are heartless. You are cruel. That woman shared her body with you. That woman committed the most intimate act with you. And you know she has 4 children. Now, all of you, whether you're a man or a woman, y'all know the struggle is real. I don't care if you got a couple of dollars. It's hard out here. You understand? I told y'all, I went grocery shopping. I'm looking at the wagon. I'm like, Jesus, what did I buy for $300? It's real out here. And you went in her account and took $6,000.
Child, she ain't lying, honey. My two boys, boy, they can eat $300 worth of groceries in a week, and that's not even being funny. She's not lying. God, that's like 2 cooked meals in that. I mean, my kids like, oh boy, they're young men. I love them so much, and they're so handsome, so smart, but they can eat. Oh, they can eat. So her saying, "Oh my God, what did I buy for $300?" That's not a joke. I have to wait the stuff go on sale to get certain things. Like you can't make this
Is
up.
that fair? I don't care how
What
big of
child?
a Walmart store. How would you feel? Somebody went in your account. You gave them accessible. You know, she made it
I know,
accessible
right?
to Omar. Took all your money. How would you feel? Put everything aside. I want you to tap into your humanity. How would you feel? How would you feel? Mm-mm, mm-mm. And then she's young. She's impressionable. You know, you wound her, you lure her in, and you put her out at 4 a.m. in the morning. No, no. That's why I got therapy. I'm not weak, family. I'm not weak. The therapy regarding Umar, but I'm a woman. I left her. I told y'all that. I'm not perfect. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of what I did, but I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real because you know what? You can't hide the truth. The truth come out. It's all over Cleveland how I abandoned her. I abandoned her, you know? And what saved me is like, well, some people like, well, you know, Marianne didn't tell her to go to that room. You know, like because she went to that man, that kind of shielded me a little bit, but still, like, Dad, why would she just leave her like that? I abandoned her, and I'm ashamed of that. I'm ashamed of that, and till this day, it hurts my heart. And I'm glad I was able to make peace with that young woman. I was glad that I was able to smooth things out with that young woman. I told y'all that 3 days was 3 days of hell. 3 days of hell.
All because he wanted to be in a movie where he's a horrible actor. Umar is garbage. I don't know who told him he could act. Not the same as giving a lecture, just walking across a platform and just saying words, sounding like a televangelist, something he hates. It's funny. He wants this televangelist lifestyle. He wants to be like Creflo Dollar so bad. Be able to fly around on a $50 million plane. I don't think Umar's really accustomed to staying in 5-star hotels. He just puts up this front like he is and makes these demands. And then when you give him an option to say, I'm not doing this, guess what he did? He stayed in the hotel she booked. Because if he was just to the point where he was, oh, I'm not staying in the hotel at all, he would have left. And then all of these people coming around him, I would think this same beautician that sponged his hair and conditioned it would have put him in a 5-star hotel, right? He's got all these maid servants and man servants. I had to throw that out there. He's got these man servants that's sitting here shampooing, conditioning, and sponging his hair. Why they're not paying for him to be put into a 5-star hotel? Why did little man have to sleep on the couch or on the other side of Umar's bed? I mean, come on. He couldn't afford to get his own room. It's west side of Cleveland, Ohio. Nothing major going on in the city. So why couldn't this so-called beautician hairstylist get his own hotel room? It's mighty funny the front that people will put on to give this appearance like they're balling, like they just get all this money coming in. How did Umar afford to pay this beautician? Let's start with that. With what money? I mean, he gave Marianne Lorian hell, and I'm sure she gave him something financial to pay him for being in the film. But for somebody that's living the life of a broke homeless man, from Hyde Park. How did he afford to pay for this beautician? And then the guy can't even get his own hotel room. How did he even show up there? He didn't have his own car. He rode with Umar and the driver to the hotel, and he just crashed on some fictitious couch that didn't exist. Didn't get his own hotel room. He didn't drive himself back home. So how did he pay this guy? And why didn't that guy have enough money to get his own hotel room? Why didn't Umar book him a hotel room? Make this make sense? Umar. So you chose to sleep in the same room with no couch with your beautician hairstylist. Because you just can't make this stuff up. But you couldn't afford to get him his own hotel room.
But family, the reason I made this video is because the court paper came today and I was elated. It couldn't have been perfect
You can't
timing.
make this up.
What a wonderful Christmas gift. So the process is going to be, it's not an overnight process. I can't keep
That video.
coming on video, giving blow to blow. But the minute this thing's wrap up, I'm going to come and plug my family in to let you know how the outcome come. Enough is enough. Mm-mm, mm-mm. We're going to remove this cancer out of the Black community.
Yeah.
We can't change the world, but we can make it different. Everybody. And then I'm gonna ask you guys. The year is ending. Let's look at take end service of your life and say, okay, this is what I want to change. This is what I want to prove, and let's embark on the new year to each of us be better human beings. Better human beings. I want to wish each and every one of you a happy holiday. I love this time of year. I'm
Me
going
too.
to serve. I got so much to be thankful for. So much to be thankful for. You know, I'm gonna bring in the Christmas service, and this time of year, think of Him. Sometimes we get all caught up with the gift, the hustling, the buzzing, but the season is about Him, the birth of our Creator, the birth of Christ. But I'm not pushing religion, but I'm happy. I'm wishing you all a happy holiday. Enjoy your family. Savor the moment. Um, and I'll probably do a quick short um, to wish you all a Merry Christmas tomorrow. I didn't have intention of making a video, but when I got the court paper today, I said, you know what, I got to talk to
Oh
my
man, I
family.
want that
I got to
papers.
come on here and talk to my family. So here you have it, family. Happy holiday. May the Lord bless each and every one of you with health and prosperity. Marianne, good night.
Y'all, listen here. Oh man. Yeah, that was so good. After it's such a good story. I really want to know, Umar, how this man sleep on a couch that didn't exist. Oh my goodness. The horrors of, you know, this young lady, what she went through being physically, he put hands on her and put her out of hotel room. Even if there was some naivete on her part, he still did not have the right to put his hands on her and physically pick her up and put her out of her room. Talking about, oh, I don't want the community to look at me funny. But you don't mind the same community talking about how you go to Hyde Park and how you may have an affinity for boys, for transgender women. I mean, none of that bothers him. This is crazy. Come on, you don't go out your way to debunk any of that either, you clown. You can't make this up. He's very abusive. And it's crazy because a lot of the women he's been with can speak to him being abusive, even if it's mentally and emotionally. He's certainly financially abusive. I mean, that's probably one of his top three reasons for trying to even be in a relationship with a woman at this point is what she can provide to him financially. Yeah, he talks about peach cobbler and cookies and cake and ice cream and all this crap. And yet, he didn't pick up that beautician slash male stylist of his and put him out the hotel room either. Because when he was done with him, he should have done the same thing. Yeah, he didn't do that. Now, oh boy got to sleep on a fictitious couch. Umar, you're a clown. And everybody should be suing your ass. You can't make this stuff up. Did anybody come up with the actual name of the hotel? Because I would like to be able to look that up right quick and see what that room looked like. he's yeah, he's very abusive. That invisible couch is something else, y'all. The big comfy invisible couch that doesn't exist. That the male beautician stylist slept on. Umar, just be honest. He slept in the bed with you. Just be honest. I mean, he didn't have a bag or anything. So he didn't. How did he brush his teeth, take a shower? Did he change clothes? We have a lot more questions about him. I have so many more questions. Somebody say he stays in a Bates motel. Oh, good Lord. Oh, a good documentary would be great. Yep. A documentary would be fantastic. I just put out the documentary. It's your body of work. It's your film. Or send it straight to 50 Cent. Tell him to go for it. Either way. Man, if any of you remember the name of the hotel that he stayed at, please let me know. Because we'll just look up that hotel real quick and look at the hotel rooms and get an idea of what these rooms look like. Because she should be able to just go back there. Like, the west side of Cleveland. I think that's where she lives, right? She's in Ohio somewhere. She should be able to just go back there and take some quick photos of the same room he stayed in. You'd be like, I just I'm doing a film and I just need to be able to get the same hotel room. I want to be able to feature it in my film. It's generic, it's general. It's those are the ones in there, of course. You know, and then be able to say, yeah, what a couch at? What a couch at? Just to prove a point. Because it's insane for him to even say that. What real man would say that? Oh yeah, he had to crash on my couch. Why are you telling us this? No one asked you that. Think about it. No one asked Umar what happened with that male beautician stylist of yours. No one asked him that. So why would he feel the need to have to tell people that? He just came out of nowhere with that. It's like, dude, that was irrelevant. You could have kept that to yourself between you and your male beautician stylist that came to shampoo, condition, lather up that man unit, and sponge the hell out of your head. You could have kept it to yourself. Bottom line, he didn't have to tell anybody that. No, he chose to share it. So now we're all asking questions. We want to know what exactly this couch look like. Because if there's no couch in there, Umar, you done effed up once again. Keep effing around, you about to find out, bro. I'm so glad they're suing him. 3 in the morning styling. Y'all, Cleveland, yes, yes. It's the west side of Cleveland. As soon as anyone can recall or recant the name of that hotel, we will look that up and see what these rooms look like. Because the hotel rooms are beyond what's on the website. People take photos all the time, so we'll be able to get some realistic images. Because I'm just, since he put it out here, there's some male beautician stylist that he refused to put out his room, slept on a couch. Okay, well, if Marianne said there was no couch in it, it was a chair. Okay, let's see. Let's see the hotel room. I just want to see. Yep, I sure do. I sure do. This is a live stream. Oh, he said, "What is this?" 3 in the morning styling. That's why I said she should do the documentary and get those women to do interviews. That would be great. Yeah, exactly. And get 50 Cent behind her because he's not gonna say anything to 50 Cent. Oh hell no. Umar would never go head to head with 50 Cent. He's scared of him. 50 Cent would be relentless with Umar. He wouldn't just do one, back and forth exchange. No, he would keep going till he feel like he's stopped this dude out. Figuratively speaking, of course. But if 50 Cent needed to whip his ass, literally, he would. Umar would lose that fight. He don't want no smoke with 50 Cent. Umar, you're a clown. You can't make this up. This is he's a clown. He's a whole clown. Make some of the money back that she had to spend fighting Umar. Exactly. The money that they gave Marianne Lorient, the 68,600. You can imagine how much of that could have been just reimbursement for her attorney's fees. Because attorneys can eat through some billable hours. They can. They can eat through a retainer in a minute. $5,000 is like 10 hours worth of work for them, especially if they charge it between $400 to $500 an hour. 5 grand might just be only 10 hours of work. So you can imagine if they had to respond to his slap suit to the court, do an order entry for an appearance on the record, and then do anything else administrative wise, she probably had to spend 10 to 15,000 for her attorneys. Just, you know, based on the hourly rate. If they maybe gave her one flat fee, that probably would have saved her a lot of money. But just the idea of having to even go through and get an attorney for his stupid ass slap suit, that had to cost her some money. And it's a headache. It's like, why are we doing this? Oh, because he didn't want her to put out her own film she made that he chose to be in. He could have kept his ass out of it. He doesn't get to dictate anything. They don't run nothing. Umar or the Umar Tardians don't run shit. And they keep forgetting that. I don't have a problem reminding them. They don't run nothing. Can't make this up. Hey Space, how you doing? She originally was making a doc and he changed it into a movie. He said uh she she said she has a bunch of accounts. Go ahead, you better check yourself. Who do you think you're talking to? You on my channel. Here, you think you're doing here? Like I said, y'all don't run then. I don't, whether you a bot or a Umar Tardian, I don't really care. You run nothing in. You can have a good night. But no, that's not how this works. Kick rocks. That's not how this works. You don't run shit over here. It's crazy they think they come over here and do that. It's still funny to me. I need a 50 in Lennon collab. Exactly. I think we all need that. If 50 Cent really wanted to do a good documentary, he would have to pull in Marianne Lorient and Lennon on her. It would just be an automatic. Y'all know Lennon would be all up in that. Lennon was like, I've been reporting on Umar for years. Keep at it, because he doxed his whole family. Yeah. And 50 Cent would, oh man, he would help him get all that retribution. Oh, that would be awesome. And then Umar sitting back having to listen to a song between FD and G. FD and G is coming, and then 50 Cent come in with a remix and drop some bars. Oh, that would be dope. uh Umar small fish to 50. He is. That's what I said. 50 Cent realized, like, I'm not giving this dude publicity. I keep giving him, I gave my response to him. That's it. You don't have to like it. But for Umar to go out his way to start graveling, talking about, oh, we should do a collab together. Why don't we, wrote a whole storyline on Instagram. I mean, just the longest post ever to 50 cents talking about, oh, we should do a collab together. I enjoy Power and BFM and all these other, but we should start doing more positive things. Why he physically puts his hand on women and puts them out of a hotel room, or takes $6,000 of savings from another woman who's a mother of 4 with no plans on paying her back. And he knew that she wouldn't be able to just afford to just give him that money, or tried to file a slap suit against another single mother with 3 kids, 2 kids, 3 kids, that also has to work a regular job and is an independent filmmaker on the side, and tried to sue her for $500,000. Hell no. 50 Cent's like, I'm not paying this coward any attention. Who is this dude? I don't care about no Umar. He doesn't. 50 Cent don't care about a Umar Johnson. There are a lot of other people he don't care about that have a lot more clout and weight to their name. He definitely doesn't care about a Umar Johnson. He ain't collabing with him. He can't make this up. Uh, it's like a Umar wet dream for him, I guess, to be able to collab with 50 Cent. Yeah, 50 should have said in your dreams or Hyde Park. Pick one. Don't care. B, go away. Go sit your ass down. Like, what the hell? That's how you sit here to try to, oh, it's all love, big homie. You know, it's no problem. Of course it ain't. But when it comes to a woman, though, you see how he treats and talks about women. But, how he embellishes with, 50 Cent talking about, oh, we should do collabs together. We should come together and do a film, some shows. It's positive. Yeah, all this harsh treatment and abuse you give to women, none of that's positive for any community. How's that positive? You don't even take care of your own kids, you clown. So, what kind of positivity you think you're invoking into Pan African or conscious movement or Black community or anything? How about you start with the positivity, Umar, and get a job? Get your ass a job. Won't you show us an actual application you filled out for the day to get a job and go earn some money the right way? That would be positive and uplifting. People seeing you work. Yeah, style. Definitely 50 is a real celebrity. Umar is a social media scammer. uh, hey, he probably would have did a vid from that very bed if checkout was at 9 a.m. All right. You can't think you're worth $5,000. What are you talking to? What are you talking about? That's the bots are not computing what the conversation is about here. He tried to sue Marianne for 500 grand, not $5,000. Is Cornhammer real? Like, are you serious? This is why I laugh at the bots and the damn cult members because it's coming out of left field with nothing. It's nothing. He's saying nothing. Before 50 was famous, he was actually about that life. So Umar is nothing to him. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think Umar is a broke. Yep. He's broke for real. Umar would not be able to handle whatever judgment is issued against him with this class action lawsuit. To which Umar, I am going to get the court documents for. This is going to a court of law. That stuff is available to the public. Understand, I will be getting the court documents and doing a formal reading on those court documents because they will be available to the public. Umar, you can't hide from this no matter how hard you try. You know you're a beautician / stylist that's sponging your hair. How is this little guy doing your hair any other time? Is he going all over the country with you? How does this go? Did you just fly to Cleveland to shampoo and lather your hair and condition it and sponge it up? That man unit on your face and your head. Is that how that goes? Do you have to take the man unit off, put it in the mail, maybe send it overnight FedEx, and then he sends it back in a plastic unit? Let's say it's lathered up and conditioned. It's sponged to death. And then you just kind of figure out how to glue it back to your head. How does this go for you? Because there's no way he can afford for his beautician / stylist to fly with him everywhere he goes. No way in hell he can do that. One has to ask, how does Umar afford to keep up his beautician / male stylist, where he's crashing on fictitious couches in hotel rooms? How does he manage to financially keep up with that? And he can't even afford to get his own rental car or get his own place to live. These are questions we have here. you, you got this clown talking about how you can't think you're worth $5,000. The hell you say? No, I'm priceless. You stumbled onto the wrong channel if you think that. No. I'm priceless. So we're priceless over here. No. Umar is not even worth $5. I mean, I don't tell him to get a job and then let us know when he's achieved that goal. You gotta be kidding me. Can't make this up. Imagine there is a vid of him putting that girl out of his room just like Diddy abusing in the hotel corridor. Exactly. That's why I was like, I hate that, you know, the idea of that video footage probably it may have like a 90-day turnaround on this, but that's probably why he caps for Diddy so hard, trying to make it seem like, oh, Diddy, you guys have to show him a little grace because he's done the same thing essentially. The only difference would be he didn't drag the girl up and down the hallway and punch or kick her or anything. But if a camera captured him physically putting a girl out the room and she's fighting him back, and she's not a small itty bitty girl, she's actually, you know, putting up a fight. You can imagine how that looks on camera. And he probably would be scared for that to leak out. And then he will be asking for the same grace he wants people to give to Diddy. We don't owe either of them a damn thing. That's the whole point. We don't owe Diddy anything. We don't owe Umar a damn thing. Neither one of them pay my bills personally, so I don't owe them shit. I don't owe them grace. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Umar didn't have to put his hands on anyone. He didn't even have to ask this young lady to come to his hotel room. He could have left her alone. He didn't turn around and do that to his male beautician, but he did this to a female. That's insane. And then he just felt the need to tell and announce somebody to somebody that, you know, he just crashed on the couch. Who asked? Umar's an idiot. Who asked? Good grief. Oh, Umar didn't have the same energy for 50. Oh, no. Hell no. No, you think he gonna go around and try to file a slap suit against 50 Cent for $500,000? And if of anybody, of all people that could afford a lawsuit like that, yeah, 50 Cent could. But no, he would never do that. Because, you know, why attack Big Homie like that? Because that's what Umar calls him. Big Homie. He got so much love for Big Homie. Umar, we all know how you fantasize about Big Homie at night. Come on now. Now, once again, how does he afford his beautician again? Driving car rehabilitation. The guy met with someone on his live accent while he was yelling. Y'all can imagine Umar yelling and screaming, I'm not in love with 50 Cent. I just fantasize about it. It's all about the Shango stick. 50 Cent, you might want to be careful with Umar. He takes trips to Hyde Park. He goes out of his way to make a difference between a woman's jaw and a man's jawline. You can't make this stuff up. You might just be careful, bro. You go around with him. Don't do shit with him. It's not gonna fare well for you. He might put you out of a hotel room. Who knows? He might just try. You can't make this up. Who's a clown? Oh man, Francisco says Umar definitely does like black women at all. I don't think he does. He has shown it time and time again. Yeah. He seems like he just has an issue with black women for real. I mean, it start with the way he treats his mother and go from there. There's no way if he loved his mother a little bit, he would sit here and keep her from the rest of her children and her grandchildren. No way in hell. People should not have to do, a welfare check involving the police when it comes to his mother, because people should feel assured that he's taking care of her. We're asking how the hell is he even doing that if he's not even in the same country and he's constantly trying to travel. No one's telling him to go to these speaking engagements. He could just get a regular damn job. He could do a lot of this stuff virtual, but he's not doing that. I think people would be more apt for him to do things virtual as much as possible if they knew and felt assured that he was actually taking care of his mother. He's a primary caretaker, and yet he chooses to go to Brazil. He chooses to try to go to China, to travel out of the country to an entirely different continent, but he's primarily taking care of his mother. Make that make sense. but he won't let the siblings or the grandchildren come around and spend time with her at her house that he does not have his name on that lease. He has no rights to claim in his own home. Like that speaks volumes here. So not one time does Umar say, "Hey, I'm the primary caretaker for my mother. Can we do a virtual session? Is there a way for us to do this virtually? I still want to speak, but I have to do this virtual because my mother is my priority. I'm her primary caretaker. I have to make sure she's okay." Like, either he's getting paid by the government and he doesn't care, and maybe he is paying someone under the table to go out there and no one knows who this person is, or something has gone horribly wrong and he refuses to even think about it, let alone speak on it. Because neighbors should not be saying they haven't seen her leave the home in weeks to months. You should not be afraid for the police and the elderly association to do a wellness check 3 times in 4 weeks. The police were called to do a wellness check, and he did not even open the door. Umar, you understand when the police come out there, that's body camera footage they collected. They're recording. This is how idiotic he is. Simple things like that. Police are recording with the body cam. Police dash cam is recording. So if they come out there to do a wellness check, everything's being captured on their body camera. They should be recording. So this is what he thinks no one is going to ask a notice. No, 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 no. He just doesn't. He doesn't care. So when we bring these things up, it's because he doesn't care. He hasn't even thought about this. The evidence that people could get against me if I just don't answer the door. How does that look? He doesn't think about that. And that's where it starts. If he has no respect for his mother, he certainly would not ever have any respect for any other real black woman. This is the woman that gave birth to him, and look how he treats her. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. Remember that song 50 made about Ja Rule, and then exactly 50 Cent destroyed that man's career. Umar don't wear no badge. Watch and don't wash it. 50 Cent. Exactly. It's not even comparable. He straight up called him out by name, and they were famous at the time. He definitely ain't afraid of Umar. Exactly. No one is. Umar doesn't like black women at all. Yeah, I agree, Francis. Redemption. So what's going on? The fact that Marianne reinvested the settlement money into the new suit is a boss move. Okay. Hashtag boss lady. Marianne Lauren, you're a boss lady. You are a boss lady. You hear me? That was a boss move. She said, I'm just going to take this money and just go ahead and put the money up for some attorneys because I know this is going to be fruitful. She would have been able to get the same information, as I said previously, in Discovery if he would not have reached out to her talking about a settlement because he filed a lawsuit against her. And he reached out to her saying, let's try to settle this and do an NDA. If you're going to do a documentary, we're going to sue you. Who are you threatening? That's why I say his attorneys don't have any leverage in that. They would have had none because they were the petitioners and they're reaching out wanting a settlement. They had no leverage. They knew what they were in for if they would have proceeded with the lawsuit. Discovery would have been just the ultimate destroyer, period. It wouldn't be hard. Umar would not have been able to prove his finances. He would not be able to prove that he's generating income on his own. It would have been very obvious and clear, that he's using donation money. Marianne's attorney would have been able to get the court to sign off on a subpoena to get Umar's Cash App records, PayPal transactions from the actual companies themselves directly. Bank statements if needed. maybe his taxes for a couple years, his personal taxes, because you're questioning how is he spending money and how is he taking care of himself. And then, of course, you can reevaluate what's the feasibility of him paying out a judgment. So these financial records come into play as part of discovery. He doesn't want that. He didn't want that with Marianne in a lawsuit he filed against her. He certainly doesn't want this in a class action lawsuit from 40 people. Umar, you just screwed up. You effed yourself up all around. Because I know he's not gonna want to fight this because he's a clown. He's gonna try to settle. He's gonna try to settle. All those trips you taking all over the world. That move to Africa you think you got coming. All these wives you think you have. you know, you trying to somehow, I guess, they don't care if if he takes advantage of them financially, but they'll care when their income is starting to be considered as a part of a judgment if they claim that they're married to this guy. Yeah, go in there and say, I'm his wife. Oh, okay. Well, how much money you make? Because that's combined income. We need to know the gross amount. Then they're gonna think twice. They're gonna be like, oh hell no. Wait a minute. I don't want to have to pay his judgments. If you get legally married, yeah, the court will consider your income as part of that combined gross income when they're factoring in what your judgment is going to be and how you're going to pay this. So these so-called legal wives he gets, yeah, go ahead, keep claiming that you married. That doesn't hurt the plaintiffs. None of them will care. They will care about how much money these women are making, because then their income becomes important in that. Yep, sure damn does. Go ahead and get legally married, Umar. Let that happen. Make sure you tell these women you're being sued so they can go ahead and prepare those financial statements and records. They'll regret it. You can't make this up. They're too stupid to understand how court works, or they don't care. And then so let them lose out on this money and be part of that judgment if they want to. It won't even be them. It'll be their income. Then they'll be helping to pay his lawsuits off and not even realize, oh, the impact on my household. I don't like this at all. You told this court we were actually legally married? Wait a minute, Your Honor. I'm objecting to that. He and I are not legally married. We just say that for play. We just say this on, for live streams and stuff like that. We're not legally married. Hell no. No. He should not be thinking that at all. What you doing? You telling him we legally married? The hell you doing? Sit your ass down. You ain't been telling him about how much money I make, kid, boy. No. They have no idea what they're in for. Now let them keep defending him. Let them do it. Let them go to court and lie and say that they're legally married to this man. Yeah, we're one of his wives. How many he got? 6. Oh, okay. Cool. So all y'all can submit over your financials over, because that means you're supporting him financially, right? That's money he's spending on himself. So who's paying the mortgage? Who's paying the phone bill? Who's paying for the male barber stylist that he has sleeping in his hotel room with him? Who's paying those fees? Who's buying his clothes? Who's feeding him? Because he doesn't have a job. So, so we need to know who's paying for what. How are these expenses being covered? Yeah, because that's what's going to happen, Umar, because you're a clown. Let these women sit here and claim to be his legal wives or a wife or whatever. Yeah, okay. What's her name again? Because Lady Luck Club said we need to be writing their names down. Maybe we can have him served at these addresses as well. Yeah, go ahead. Keep claiming you married to him or try to defend him. Good luck to that. They have no idea what they're in for. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, man. Yep, boss moves. Did he use that soap? Y'all, I'm on one tonight. Umar hasn't done a damn thing for the black community except take their money. Exactly. The Oompa tardians. It says red his mouth. Exactly. No school, no institutions, nothing. Corn Hammer. Wonder what that's about. Corn Hammer. Corn Hammer. Sometimes profile names are important here, because words matter. Corn Hammer, please don't make me go and do a whole session on your profile name. I can go in on that if you want me to. You gonna sit here and defend Umar? I just want you to keep up this energy when he goes to court. That's it. That's all I want. Just keep that energy up when he goes to court. And then when he's ordered to pay out the settlement, give him the money. Give him all the money. All 40 of the plaintiffs will thank you. We'll make sure Cornhammer gets the recognition they deserve for funding Umar's entire lawsuit. Cornhammer, when you come for the queen, you better be prepared for whatever I deliver back to you. You understand me? You can't make this up. Doesn't look like Uber hasn't seen a barber in quite some time. See, Umar never has a fresh lineup. I definitely call BS. That's like, who is this so called? Who is this stylist, this beautician? Because it's not a barber. He didn't even refer to himself as did he call him his barber? Maybe he just said that for GP, for shock value. I'm his barber. Oh, that sounds very manly. Oh, really? What do you do? Oh, I shampoo and condition and I sponge his hair for him. What? Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Say that again, sir. Yeah, I shampoo and condition and sponge his hair. You say you were his barber though, right? Yeah, uh-huh. Is it cool if I stick around? Mm-hmm. Girl, thank you, girl. I got the rest of these corn hammers on my feet. Corn hammer, I told you don't come for the queen. I gotta rest these corn hammers on my feet. Ooh, they itching and scratching and they're burning and they're hurting. And then the next day, them two leaving the hotel don't look like nothing's been shampooed, conditioned, or sponged. Like, Umar, I thought you got your hair done. What? Oh yeah, this is my barber. Mm-hmm. I did his hair. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then had to do it again, girl. Well, we had to re-sponge all of that over again. We effed all that sponging up. You can't make this stuff up. Oh man, Umar straightened out them corn hammers in his feet. And the barber re-sponged that head again, that man unit. Umar talking about cutting his hair down, this man unit on his face to look like a whole butt cheek. It just reminds him, I guess, of this male beautician stylist that he's got. Yeah, Umar, it might be sweet memories for you. Let me not just help you reminisce. You can't make this. It said sweet, sweet memories. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a whole butt cheek on my face. Oh, ooh, child. Hey, is he? Yeah, y'all have no idea how long I laughed when I first heard that. I was like, what did you just say? He's gonna cut his face into a whole butt cheek. Oh, okay. Oh, this is why I don't take your clown ass serious. You can't make this stuff up. It's like, who says that? Oh my God. Autocorrect thinks it's smart, but I didn't mess up. Telling him something usually is okay. I get autocorrect a lot. The couch made his community shake on stage. Umar, you can clown. William says, season greetings from Nairobi, Kenya. Trust all is well with you all and looking forward to seeing you in Kenya in 2026. Shout out to you and shout out to Kenya. Dorian Gray says Dr. Fruit Fly done been caught in the fruity entanglement. Oh, shout out to Jada Pinkett. Umar, You in this entanglement with this male barber, beautician, stylist. Oh, child, and that sponge. You can't make this. He had nothing. Y'all remember now? Marianne said he only had three things in his bag. He didn't have anything else. You can't make this up. One of those things being that damn sponge. It's the sponge. The sponge. Oh man, the stories that sponge could tell. If only that sponge could talk, it would just tell us tales for days, or what happened for hours in that hotel. Oh, we'll call the sponge the talking Umar. Because Umar just told on himself. He walked right into that one. He slept on the couch. What? You mean the floor? There's no couch now. Oh, the bed. Oh, wow. It's a twin size bed. You know that, right? Oh man, I really want to see this hotel room. Now I want to see what this damn room look like. You can't make this stuff up. I highly doubt she got him like a king size bed or anything. At best, he probably got a queen or full. Imagine Umar in that bed, as big as he is. And then you've got this itty bitty fruit fly with the entanglement. The stylist, beautician. Uh, let's call him Weeble. Cornhammer. Cornhammer. Let's call him Cornhammer. Cornhammer and Umar, after having hours of shampooing and conditioning. Fun time with the sponge. And then Cornhammer decides, I think it's time for us to hit the hay. I'm gonna just take this couch in your mind. But in reality, it's the bed. I told Cornhammer he walked right into this. Oh, good Lord. Oh, God. I don't know if his mother's still alive, to be honest. You know what? I hope she is. I said the same thing. I keep saying this. It's not even to be mean and negative or anything. It's like we want sign of life. We want proof of life. That's it. I don't put anything past anybody. I've seen enough true crime stories and police interrogations of real people having done the most horrific things to their own parents. And that parent is sitting in that home deceased for weeks. And it's like, oh, I didn't know. The family comes out. I had no idea this person was capable of doing this. We're so confused. No. We've had, two stories of celebrities where their own sons took the father's lives. Rob Reiner and his wife. And then another opera singer, a black man, and his son did the same thing to him. 3 or 4 days before Rob Reiner. I can't remember the guy's name in California, but he's an opera singer. And his son took his life. And it almost about a week later, Rob Reiner loses his life to his son too. It's crazy. So I wouldn't put it past Umar to be able to, not saying that he ate it or something, but just something happened. He didn't report it, because he feels like he's still got an image to keep up. No, people are concerned about a human life in the home that you're supposed to be taking care of. And you won't even show proof of life. You won't even allow this person to see her own children. You won't even allow your own mother to see her grandchildren. No one goes out of their way to keep their family member from the other family. And the other family poses no threat or danger or harm. No court has signed and issued any protection order or restraining order at all to protect the mother. There's nothing with any court of law saying that these family members must stay away from her by so many feet. Nothing. So if it were something serious where they were posing some serious threat and harm and danger, don't you think Umar would have gotten a protection order against these people? But he didn't. And the fact that there's nothing from any court of law to even substantiate This BS that he tells people in all these Instagram posts, because he barely says his stuff out loud. But he put up in a post, oh, they weren't there for her, blah, blah, blah. We don't care what you think about them being there. If they're not a harm or threat to her safety or her well being or to her life, you don't get to just keep people out of her life. You don't get to control your mother just because you consider yourself to be the primary caretaker. That's not how this works. And if you haven't gone through the lengths of going to court to prove that these people should be, restrained from her and she should be protected from them, you certainly don't get to just be a barrier like this unjustly without cause. Because they could go to court and say, well, this goes against her quality of care and living. She should be able to just be surrounded by people she loves and care for. Why should we have to go to another Christmas and another New Year and not see our own mother, our own grandmother, aunt, sister, sibling? What? Why? And for what? Because he's an idiot and he's barely here? Because all of that can come up. That's what worries me about this whole situation. I don't get a good feeling about it. I just don't. I never did. When I saw the post that 3 welfare checks have been attempted by police officers and somehow they weren't successfully done, because how many times does the police need to go out there before they just decide we're kicking in the damn door? Screw this. We're kicking in the door. We're going to lay eyes on her. If you don't make this easier for us to just come in and do it, we're going to get a court order and we're going to kick in the damn door. Or if we don't see any sign of life and we're able to see a person in here, we don't see her alive, or we sense something's going on, as a smell or something to give us probable cause to come into this house, we coming in. That's it. It's that simple. This whole wellness check should have been achieved a long time ago, and it hasn't been. And that's the problem as well. The family have to keep fighting, because you don't want to be one where you're walking around on the news after something major has happened. We didn't know he was capable of doing that. Lady Luck Club has been saying this for months, and no one owes him the benefit of the doubt. That's the issue. Stop doing it. Don't give him the benefit of the doubt because he goes out and screams and yells in front of a microphone. He's not saying anything of value. He doesn't even live up to half the stuff he says. So if there's a cause for concern, keep pushing with trying to get access to your mother, to your grandmother. And this is to the family. Don't stop pursuing the ability to be able to spend time with her. She's the matriarch of your family. And hold on to that. Don't sit here and give up because he's Umar. You think I care about these Umar Tardians coming up in here? Don't want to fit? Child, please. They have no power here. I go, and laugh at them all day. But they have no power here. So they shouldn't be stopping anything. And they certainly don't override the court. They can go there and see him make a fuss all they want to. At the end of the day, if they come down to being a distraction, the judge will kick their asses out. So they still have no power. So keep pursuing that. Get justice for your mother, for your grandmother. Keep sending the police out there if you need to do that, to do a wellness check. At some point, the police is going to just reach out to the court. They could get a court order because you have judges on call. And they can get a court order and gain entry into their house. Especially if they feel like there's some sort of imminent threat or danger. They have enough probable cause, they just kick in the door. And they say, listen, this is why we had to do it. We saw a body and we didn't see any movement. Because this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Keep fighting. Don't stop fighting for your mother, for your grandmother. That's, I wouldn't. I certainly would not. Oh, no. Umar would not. He would not win. He would have already had to give up. There's no way in here. No way in here. That's why Umar's beard is wild. He's looking like a werewolf out here. Exactly. Yeah, taking care of his mom from afar. It still can't even. prove exactly how he's doing it. It's so crazy. Looking after his mama by video phone. Yep. I heard his toes are really gross. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got a photo. Oh Lord. So what's to send me stuff all the time? And it's petrifying. Umar, your toes and your feet are the stuff of nightmares. That's why I haven't shown anybody. I don't want anyone to get nightmares, be sick. I think I have photos. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to say a prayer before you look at it. It's like going out to eat and saying grace. It's the same thing as looking at these photos. I think I have two photos of his. Oh God, his feet are gross. Yeah, they're werewolves upon themselves. His feet are corn hammers mutated with a virus. Think of the nastiest thing you could see in one of the scary movies. Like things, something that would gross you out to look at. Like oh man, that probably caused me to reflux a little bit. Yeah, and then multiply that times 100. That is Umar's feet. What is the grossest thing you've ever seen? Times 100. That equals Umar's feet. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, Cornhammer. You walked into this. You can't make this up. Yeah, I hope his mom is okay, but it's weird. No one has seen her. I wouldn't be surprised if she passed away. He keeps it a secret. Yeah, that's what I've been saying for months. I feel the same. She could be deceased up in that home, and who's out here to rebuttal or even to attest to that? That's the problem. And he's certainly not allowing his own, the rest of the family to have that right to spend time with her and be with her. It's crazy. Um, at least I clipped him. Umar looks like he smells. He does. Yeah. He's been able to wiggle his way out of most of stuff, but accountability is now knocking. This suit is a huge problem for Umar. Exactly, redemption it is. I can only hope that the 40 co-plaintiffs stay focused and you know they have an attorney representing them. Let your attorney do what they're supposed to do. If they step out of line, you keep them in place. Understand him and his attorneys are going to try to throw spaghetti at the wall. They're going to try to get people to act out of character. That's going to be his attorney's main defense. Let's get 40 co-plaintiffs to act outside of their character. Don't fall for it. Just call him an Oompa Loompa like I do. And then stick to the facts, the finding of fact, law, and evidence. And stay focused. Because what he cannot do is produce evidence on financials. And all these so-called wives he claims he has will be the ones paying the price financially for his settlement. So these little chicken heads want to run around all over the social media, all over YouTube, hopping in everybody's videos, talking about, oh, leave Umar alone, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. Well, then you make sure you contribute to his settlement that he'll have to pay again because Marianne Lorien will be getting her money back. Because boss moves. She will definitely be getting her money back. She's like, hey, I got it back once before. No one saw that coming. So it'll happen again. 40 co-plaintiffs. Oh yeah. And we all know he's a fraud. Umar's the biggest fraud ever. He's a con artist. The Battle Zone said greetings. What's going on? I appreciate you all for tuning in. This has been absolutely fun. We've laughed. We've had a serious conversation. Marianne Lorien is making boss moves again. 40 people have gone into a class action lawsuit against Umar. And as soon as those court documents are uploaded and docketed, we are going over that full lawsuit. That's going to be a whole live by itself. Truth using logic. What's going on? How you doing? The same donation money Umar misappropriated is the same money that will bring him down. Exactly. He was on the Art of Dialogue criticizing famous black men dating snow bunnies. And he knows he doesn't care. Umar, when you don't care about Cornhammer, the male beautician stylist, shampooing and conditioning and sponging your hair for hours. Yeah, we can't take you seriously. Y'all, it don't take long to sponge some hair. It's not like he got a whole lot of it. Yeah, but let's just say they made that a 3-hour session. How do you afford to pay this stylist again anymore? It can't be in Hyde Park reenactments. Oh God, he's such a clown. Oh, Umar, you make it so easy. Instead of laying low, he was on the Art of Dialogue, yapping away. He can't help himself. Exactly. He can't keep his mouth shut. And Candace are like, they are. Candace Owens and Umar Johnson have to be brothers and sisters in any other lifetime except this one, I guess. And hell, I will still want them to do a DNA test for this lifetime. But in every other lifetime on other planets, in other alternate realities, they're siblings. Hell, they're twins. They're night and day. They're yin and yang. They're literally the same person, except one is an Oompa Loompa and the other one, as she professes to be, is an alien. She said it, not me. Oh, she said I said it first, but I think she confirmed it because Candace, I know you listen to Heifer. Yes, she confirmed it, and we're just gonna go with that. So Candace is an alien, and Umar is an Oompa Loompa. You can't make this up. Both of them narcissists. 6 wives and no child support can work. And you can see him. Can see him. Yep. Yeah, if he had child support coming for him, oh, they definitely would be mad. All 6 wives would be pissed because all their incomes would be factored into child support. They don't play about this stuff. I don't know why they think this is a game. It's not. It's not a game. Yeah, it's not a game. They may want to learn about some laws. So while they over here trolling my chat, at least understand and read some laws here. Words matter. Read some laws over here. Why you here? When we go over that lawsuit, I hope you learn something. Yeah, because we'll go over that part about the finances and why they're gonna factor in all these incomes. Because why not? You claim to be married to him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 6 wives or 7. How many we got? Yeah, you can make this up, Cornhammer. Cornhammer, you still here? James Miller. Oh yeah, y'all forgot about James Miller. He still owes me some information on some vendors. James was a clown. Probably was Umar. Umar, you coming in my chat? At least come as yourself, you moron. Yeah, you come in my chat. Come as yourself. She got exposed big time earlier tonight, and she was crashing out over an ex. I'm like, you have 4 babies, 5 years and under. It's day after Christmas out for down, girl. Exactly. Candace doesn't care. She's another one that can catch it. She says, what kind of name is that? More activities. Oh, which is ambiguous. Oh man, redemption is funny. Scream names can say a lot. It does. I would think a stylist picture wardrobe, right? Yeah, you would think so. Because where he do all this hair at? Let's think about this. The hotel room is not an actual, you know, it's not a beauty salon. So the shampoo bowl, you don't have that in a hotel room. So you can imagine Umar either had his hair washed in the shower, over the bathtub, or in the sink. Which one do you think is more feasible for Umar's big ass? because he's an Oompa Loompa, and the male beautician slash stylist. Did he get his hair shampooed in the shower, naked, or just leaning over the bathtub, or in the small ass bathroom sink, where I highly doubt, Umar and his man unit could comfortably fit. He would have to sit up against the sink, lean his head backwards like it's a shampoo bowl, but then it's not. Imagine how that shampoo session truly went in that sink. Think about a hotel now. Just a regular standard hotel with no couch. No sleeper sofa at all. So probably just a standard room. Let's not forget how big the sink is. It's got to fit his big head in it and still have space for another grown whole man to be able to use his hands to shampoo and lather Umar's man unit on top of his head. How how do you all think that could have possibly went? We're being practical here. See, it would help if we saw the hotel room and then we could see photos of the bathroom. And see, like, okay, here's the feasibility of him getting his hair shampoo, conditioned, and sponged in the bathroom of this hotel room. Because it's not like it took him down to the area where they do maybe there's a hairstyle salon area. No, no. Because you need a regular shampoo bowl, right? Any other time, this stylist would be able to use a shampoo bowl with the little, you know, the handheld nozzle and all that good stuff to actually shampoo his hair, get into the scalp, get all that stuff, take the man unit off, clean it, maybe get his bald head and put it menu back on. Like he would need a whole lot more to do that with properly. How much shampooing do you think was done in that small ass hand sink? Umar, did you bend over the tub? Y'all can imagine how this session went. I'm serious. Think about this shampoo session. Umar, did you bend over that tub? Thank you. This is redemption. That's exactly that's what we at with this conversation. Yeah, the whole sinks are not designed for that. Y'all imagine this. Umar, unless he bent over the tub. The only other option is he had to take a shower. He had to take a shower. That's the only other option, Umar. Or you could just tell us exactly what happened. Yeah, not that we would necessarily believe you, because you lie like hell. You can't make this up. Yeah, that's insane. Umar definitely needs dressing tips. He wears different colors. Remember, this man was not supposed to be inside on the set. He was supposed to wait outside for that late night. Yeah, exactly. I always say Candace needs a stylist when her shirts are off. Usually a stylist would dress you. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Pumar wears nail polish. He does. He wears clear nail polish. Umar, why? What the hell? He always talking about fruity stuff, but then he wears clear nail polish. He this is someone who has a beautician. He doesn't have a barber. He has a beautician. You can't make this up. How did that hair wash it go? Y'all. Now I'm just curious. Let me get down to the bottom. Hold on. All right, good night, everyone. Oh man, y'all, we about to go. Hey, Anonymous, how you doing? You can't unsee it. The FDMG tall is pretty gross. Exactly. Y'all, I'm just saying, what's good? Happy holidays. Thank you so much, BB. Happy holidays to you too. We'll be back up tomorrow, y'all. His hair might be a whole man weave, though. I think it is. I really do. Good night, else. Let's see. Oh, somebody said good night. Thank you so much. Good night. Thank you for tuning in. Y'all, we almost done. I just had to get this out. I just want people to see like exactly how this goes in a hotel bathroom. He bent over the tub because that's the only clear feeling unless he just got in the shower. And the stylist is just right there with that sponge, is just waiting. Oh Lord. No, he can't make this stuff up. All right, Umar, you are officially gross as hell. You can't dogs all over their face. Umar Shango stick in that sponge. Yeah, the stylist is good. Who's the stylist? Umar, this is what happens when you run your mouth. No one asked you to tell us that somebody slept on a couch that didn't exist. Now you see what happens. Now I get to go in. Oh man, Ace Stage said he was getting all right. Full service provider. Y'all, he bent over the tub. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you all. It's 4 hours in. We've had a good time. Shout out to Marianne Lauren and shout out to all 40 of the co-plaintiffs. As soon as that lawsuit hits and is docketed on whatever court has been filed in, we are here for it. And we will be going over it. And so I appreciate you guys so much and your support. Hit the like button on the way out, and I will be going live on later today. I guess it's Saturday where I am. And we'll go over Candace, and then I have another Umar, a couple of Umar videos to do. So we'll go over that. And I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. All right, so tune in tomorrow. And I'll see you all in the next one. Shout out to all of you all. Have a good night. Lady Luck out. Deuces.